Chapter 1: The Woman in the Storm. Nora Ash had 37 seconds to decide whether she would die in the mud or break into a stranger's cabin. Lightning split the mountain open, white and vicious, turning the trees into black bones and the narrow road behind her into a river of glass. In that flash, she saw them again. Two figures moving between the pines without flashlights, rifles low, heads angled with the awful patience of men who had done this before. They weren't chasing her like criminals. They were hunting her like soldiers. Nora threw herself over the sagging porch rail and hit the boards hard enough to drive the breath from her lungs. Pain tore through her left side, hot and wet beneath her jacket, but she bit it down before it could become a sound. Sound was death. Panic was death. Stopping was death. The cabin door was locked. Of course it was. "Come on," she whispered, voice shredded by rain and terror. "Come on, come on." Her fingers shook as she fumbled the stolen keycard from her pocket. Then remembered she wasn't at the hotel anymore. Wasn't in the parking garage where the first man had died. Wasn't standing over his body with blood on her palms and a flash drive burning a hole in her fist. No keycard. No time. The flash drive sat inside her bra, sealed in a plastic evidence sleeve she'd stolen along with it. Cold against her skin, smaller than a stick of gum, heavy as a confession. Nora stepped back and drove her boot into the door beside the handle. Once, pain jolted up her leg. Twice, the frame cracked. Behind her, somewhere below the ridge, a branch snapped. Not the storm, not an animal. Her third kick broke the lock. The door flew inward, and Nora stumbled into darkness that smelled like old wood, gun oil, and smoke. She slammed the door behind her, shoved a chair beneath the knob, and stood there with both hands pressed flat to the panels, while rainwater poured off her hair and down her neck. For one impossible second, the cabin was silent. Then a voice behind her said, "Move away from the door." Nora froze. The voice was male, low, controlled, not surprised. A shotgun pump clicked in the dark. Every survival instinct in her body came awake at once. "I'm not here to steal anything," she said, which was a stupid thing to say after kicking in his door. "No, you're here bleeding on my floor." Her heart lurched. She hadn't known he could see that. Another blade of lightning lit the room through the windows. For less than a breath, she saw him. Big, barefoot, shirtless beneath an open black flannel, the fabric hanging off shoulders that looked built for impact. His dark hair was cut short, his jaw rough with stubble, and the shotgun in his hands wasn't raised in panic. It sat against him like part of his skeleton. Then the lightning vanished, and he became only shape and threat. Nora swallowed. "I had nowhere else to go." "That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. It's the first lie you're willing to risk." He stepped closer, and the floorboards gave a soft complaint beneath his weight. "Try again." The chair under the doorknob rattled. Nora flinched before she could stop herself. The man noticed. Of course he noticed. His attention shifted past her, toward the storm, toward the invisible tree line. His voice changed by half a degree, still quiet, sharper now. "How many?" Nora's mouth went dry. "How many what? How many are outside?" The chair rattled again, not from a hand on the door this time. From the wind, probably from the wind. Her ribs ached, the room seemed to tilt. "I don't know. That one might be true." He moved toward the nearest window, silent in a way a man his size had no right to be. You armed? No. Another lie. She hated him for being right. Nora lifted one hand slowly and pulled the small pistol from the back of her waistband. She kept it pinched between two fingers, pointed toward the floor, the way a documentary once told her not to get shot by police. The man didn't praise her, didn't relax. Kick it over. No. His head turned. Even in the dark, she felt the weight of his stare. No. If I give you the gun, and you decide to hand me over, I'm dead. If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't still be talking. Comforting. You break into my house, bleed on my floor, lie to me twice, and bring company. He paused near the window, the shotgun angled down but ready. Comfort isn't currently on offer. Nora's fingers tightened on the pistol. She should have been afraid of him. She was. Any sane woman would be. But there was something worse outside the door, and it had already shown her its face. The first man had smiled when he grabbed her outside the courthouse. The second had apologized before he shot her coworker. Nora still heard Daniel's body hitting the concrete, still saw the black hole appearing in his throat, still felt his hand slap the flash drive into hers with one last command. Run. So she had. Out of the parking garage, through the alley, and T.O., a stolen delivery van. Up the mountain, when the highway checkpoint appeared out of nowhere. All black SUVs and men in rain, gear pretending to be law enforcement. Now she was in a cabin with a stranger who sounded like he'd been waiting his whole life for a war to knock on his door. I'm Nora, she said. The man gave a humorless breath. No, you're not. The words landed harder than the shotgun. Her pulse beat once, twice, then sprinted. That is my name. Maybe, he kept watching the trees, but not the one you gave them. She couldn't see his eyes, but she knew they were on her reflection in the glass. Watching, measuring, taking her apart. Who are you? She asked. This is my cabin. That wasn't the question. It's the only answer you've earned. Something moved outside. Not close, not on the porch, lower near the road. A flicker of red light appeared between the trees and vanished. Nora's fingers went numb around the pistol. The man saw it too. In 3 strides, he crossed the room and caught her wrist. Nora reacted before thought. She twisted, drove her knee up, and aimed for soft tissue with all the viciousness panic could give her. He turned just enough to take the hit against his thigh. His hand closed around her wrist, hard but not crushing, and the pistol disappeared from her grip so smoothly she didn't understand it had happened, until he set it on a shelf behind him. Don't, he said. One word, not angry, final. Nora panted, rainwater dripping from her lashes. His hand was still around her wrist, warm, calloused, controlled. Let go. He did immediately. That, more than anything else, stunned her. He stepped back, as if she'd drawn a line on the floor, and he had no intention of crossing it. Good boundary, he said. Keep it. The words hit in a strange place, somewhere beneath fear, somewhere she had boarded up years ago. Nora rubbed her wrist, even though he hadn't hurt her. You took my gun. You were holding it wrong. I was doing fine. You were 2 pounds of pressure away from shooting through your own foot. Then give it back, and I'll aim higher. A faint shift crossed his mouth. Not a smile. Something rusted shut, trying to remember how. Then the red light flickered again outside. He turned cold. Not emotionally cold, operationally cold. The entire cabin seemed to obey him. Get down. Nora didn't move fast enough. He grabbed the back of her jacket and shoved her behind the stone fireplace, a split second before glass exploded inward. The first shot cracked through the cabin with a sound so loud it erased the storm. Splinters burst from the wall where Nora's head had been. She hit the floor on her hip, choking on a scream that never escaped. The man fired back once. Just once. The shotgun blast punched the night into silence. Then he was beside her, crouched low, one hand hovering near her shoulder without touching. You hit. Nora pressed a hand to her side. Her fingers came away darker than rain. I was already hit. His jaw tightened. Bullet. Grazed. Show me. No. His eyes met hers for the first time in the dim glow of the dead fireplace. They were gray, not soft gray, not pretty. The gray of winter water and gunmetal. The kind of eyes that didn't beg for trust because they didn't believe in it. Fine, he said, then answer fast. Can you run? Yes. The lie tasted like copper. His gaze flicked to the blood on her hand. Can you walk? Yes. Can you follow instructions without arguing? No. This time, the almost smile came and went faster. That one, I believe. A second shot tore through the window. He moved over her, blocking the spray of glass with his body. Nora felt him flinch. Not much, barely anything. But she felt it. You're hit, she whispered. Would splinter. You don't know that. I know. The certainty should have been arrogant. Instead, it was terrifying. Men like him didn't guess. They calculated. He reached toward the dark hearth, found a metal poker, and levered open a hidden compartment behind the stacked wood. Nora stared. Inside were weapons. Not hunting rifles. Not a rural man's casual home defense fantasy. Weapons arranged with reverence and purpose. Magazines, knives, medical supplies, signal jammers, a compact radio, a folded map sealed in plastic, a black case with foam cutouts shaped around instruments she didn't recognize and didn't want to. The stranger took out a pistol, checked it, and handed it to her grip first. Nora didn't take it. His gaze sharpened. You want a gun or you want to keep making a point? You took mine. Because you were scared and sloppy. He pushed the pistol closer. Now you're scared and paying attention. Why would you arm me? Because if they get through me, you'll need more than attitude. She took the gun. It was heavier than hers, cleaner, meaner. Her hand shook, but she held it properly this time. The man noticed that too. Name, she said. He looked at her. If I'm going to die in your cabin, she said, I'd like to know whose floor I'm bleeding on. For a moment, she thought he wouldn't answer. Then he said, Grant Hale. The name did nothing at first. Then it moved through her like a key turning in an old lock. Hale. Daniel had said that name. Not in the garage. Earlier. 2 nights ago, when he'd shown up at her apartment with a burner phone, white around the mouth, and shaking so badly he couldn't hold the coffee she made him. If this goes bad, find Hale. Which Hale? The one who survived Rook. Nora's throat closed. Grant saw the reaction. What? Nothing. His expression hardened. We're past nothing. Another sound came from outside. Not a shot this time. A whistle. 2 short notes, one low. Grant went utterly still. Every molecule of air in the cabin seemed to freeze around him. Nora whispered, "What is that?" He didn't answer. The whistle came again from the trees. Two short, one low. Grant's face changed, not with fear. Something older, something worse. Recognition. Nora felt the shape of the truth before he said it. "They're military," she breathed. Grant moved to the window's edge and peered through a gap in the ruined curtain. "Not military," he said. "Not anymore." The distinction scraped down her spine. "What does that mean?" "It means they don't answer to rules. And you know them." He said nothing. That silence told her enough. Rain battered the roof. Glass glittered across the floorboards like ice. The cabin smelled of wet pine, cordite, and blood. Nora became sharply aware of Grant's body near hers, of the controlled rhythm of his breathing, of the scar that cut across his ribs beneath the open flannel. A white, puckered line. Not old enough to be forgotten. Not new enough to explain the look in his eyes. She should have been thinking only about survival. Instead, some treacherous, human part of her registered the width of his chest, the steadiness of his hands, the way he had let go the second she told him to. Threat and restraint in the same man. Violence at the door. Safety in the shape of a weapon. It made no sense. Neither did the heat, moving under her fear. Grant turned back and caught her staring. For 1 second, the room shifted. Not softer, never soft, but closer. His gaze dropped to her mouth, then cut away so fast it felt like a refusal. Good, Nora thought. Good. The last thing she needed was wanting anything from a man with a private arsenal in his fireplace and ghosts at his windows. "Who sent them?" he asked. "I don't know. Don't waste my time. I don't know his name." "Describe him." Late 50s, white, military posture, silver hair. One scar through his eyebrow. He wore a black ring on his right hand. Grant's hand tightened around the shotgun. There it was. The first crack in him. Small, violent, gone almost instantly. Nora saw it anyway. "You know him," she said. Grant began moving again, faster now. He pulled a black duffel from beneath the couch and threw it at her feet. "Put pressure on your side. Use the gauze in the left pocket. Stay below the windows. When I tell you to move, you move." Grant. His name felt dangerous in her mouth. Too intimate for a man she had met 10 minutes ago. Too necessary not to use. He stopped. Who is he? Grant looked down at her, and for the first time, she saw the man beneath the soldier. The exhaustion. The grief packed so deep it had fossilized. The rage he kept on a leash, because if it ever got free, nothing around him would survive. "My former commander," he said. The floor seemed to drop. Nora pressed her palm harder against the wound in her side. "Your commander sent men to kill me." "No," Grant said, and the terrible calm in his voice frightened her more than the shots. "If it's Rourke, he sent them to bring you in alive." Her stomach turned. "Why?" Grant's eyes moved to her chest, not with desire this time, but calculation. The flash drive. She jerked back, and pain tore a gasp from her. His expression sharpened. "What are you carrying?" Nora raised the pistol. It was ridiculous. They both knew it. He could disarm her before she blinked. She was wet, bleeding, exhausted, and barely upright. He was a man built out of discipline and damage, and the only reason she still had the gun was because he allowed it. But he didn't move. He looked at the weapon, then at her. "That's not a no," he said. "It's not yours. If Rourke wants it, it becomes mine the second he steps on my land. I don't know you. Good, keep not knowing me until morning." "Mornings? If we're alive then, you can decide whether to keep lying." The window behind him shattered inward. Grant lunged before Nora could scream. He drove her down, his body covering hers as something metal struck the opposite wall with a soft, ugly thunk. Not a bullet. A canister. Smoke hissed from the seams. Grant swore, low and vicious. Nora's eyes burned almost instantly. "What is that?" "Gas." Panic detonated in her chest. He grabbed the collar of her jacket and hauled her to he. "Our feet. Breathe shallow, sleeve over your mouth, now." She obeyed, pressing wet fabric to her lips. Grant kicked the canister toward the fireplace, snatched a heavy wool blanket from the couch, and smothered it with controlled brutality. Smoke still crawled along the floor in pale ribbons. A voice boomed outside through the storm. "Sergeant Hale." Grant went still again. Nora's blood turned cold. The voice was amplified, warped by rain and distance, but she heard the smile inside it. The same smile the man in the parking garage had worn before everything went red. "Send the woman out," the voice called. "She's not your mission." Grant's face emptied. Nora stared at him. "Sergeant Hale." Not Mr. Hale, not Grant, Sergeant. The past had found him by rank. Grant reached for the lantern on the shelf and turned the dial until the flame died. Darkness swallowed the cabin in one gulp. Outside, the voice continued. "You always were sentimental about strays." Nora felt Grant move beside her, not toward the door, toward her. His hand brushed her elbow, stopped there and waited. A question without words. "Can I?" She hated that the small courtesy nearly broke her. "Yes," she whispered. Only then did he guide her back from the open room, his touch firm and careful. His mouth came close to her ear. "Listen to me, Nora, whoever you are." Her pulse stumbled at the heat of his breath against her skin. "If you go out there, he will not kill you quickly. If you stay with me, I cannot promise you survive. I can only promise they'll have to come through hell first." She believed him. God help her, she believed every word. The voice outside sharpened. "Last offer, Hale. Give me the asset, and I'll leave your grave undisturbed." Nora's breath caught. "Your grave?" She turned toward Grant, barely seeing the outline of him in the dark. "What does that mean?" He didn't answer. The porch boards creaked. One step, then another. Grant put something cold and metal into her free hand. A knife. "Nora," he said quietly. The way he said her name made it sound like an order and a vow. "What?" "Do exactly what I tell you." The front door handle began to turn, but the chair was still wedged beneath it. Nora's heart slammed against her ribs. The handle stopped. A pause. Then, from the other side of the door, someone entered a code into a keypad Nora hadn't seen. 3 soft beeps. The cabin's hidden security locks disengaged one by one. Grant's face went lethal in the dark. Nora understood the twist a half second before the door opened. Whoever was outside didn't just know Grant Hale. He had the keys to his fortress. Chapter 2, Locked in with the Soldier. The door opened 3 inches before Grant Hale became violence. He didn't shout. He didn't hesitate. He caught the edge of the door with one hand, drove his shoulder into it, and slammed it back hard enough that the man on the porch grunted like something inside him had broken. Nora saw only fragments in the dark. A gloved hand reaching through the gap. The black mouth of a suppressed pistol. Grant's forearm rising, brutal and precise, trapping the weapon against the doorframe before it could swing toward her. Then the cabin detonated into motion. Grant tore the pistol free and dragged the attacker inside by the wrist. The man came over the threshold with rain streaming off his black tactical gear, but Grant was already turning, already using the intruder's momentum against him. Bone cracked against the floorboards. The pistol skidded under the table. The attacker reached for a knife at his thigh. Nora lifted her gun with both hands. "Stop," she said, voice hoarse. The attacker didn't. Grant did not need her help. He drove one knee into the man's wrist, punched him once in the throat, and caught the knife before it touched the floor. The blade flashed in the dark, then disappeared into Grant's hand as if it had always belonged there. The man gagged. Grant leaned close. How many? The attacker tried to spit at him. Grant shifted his weight. The man made a sound. Nora felt in her teeth. How many? Grant repeated. 4, the man rasped. Liars. The attacker's eyes flicked toward Nora. It lasted less than a second, but she saw what lived there. Not lust, not curiosity. Recognition. A cold, professional confirmation. Target acquired. Grant saw it too. His face went blank. That terrified her more than rage would have. He slammed the man's head into the floor, hard enough to end the conversation without ending his life. The attacker went limp. Grant checked his pulse with 2 fingers, then stripped the radio from his vest and crushed it under his heel. Nora stared at the unconscious man on the floor. Her hands shook around the pistol. Is he dead? No. You're sure? Yes. How? Grant looked up at her. Rain blew through the half-open door behind him. Because I didn't kill him. The answer should not have steadied her. It did. Outside, the amplified voice was gone. Only storm now. Rain hitting the porch roof. Wind dragging branches against the siding. Somewhere beyond the tree line, trained men adjusted their plan around a breach that had failed. Grant stood and kicked the door shut. He drove the broken lock back into place with the heel of his hand, then slid 2 steel bolts Nora hadn't noticed across the frame. They vanished into the wall with a heavy mechanical thunk. Back window, he said. Nora blinked. What? Move back window. Stay low. Watch for light, movement, anything that doesn't belong to weather. You want me guarding a window. I want you useful. Charming. Alive is charming. Move. She moved. Part of her hated how quickly she obeyed him. Part of her knew she was alive because he knew what to do with terror, and she didn't. Not this kind. Not men in black gear with access codes to hidden locks. Not former commanders calling through thunder as if they own the night. The back of the cabin was narrower, with 2 small windows overlooking a steep drop choked by pines. Nora crouched beneath one, gun angled down the way Grant had silently corrected with a touch to her wrist. He had done it once, fast and impersonal, but the place his fingers had brushed seemed to remember the contact. Ridiculous. She was bleeding, hunted, possibly in the home of a man who had faked his death or buried his own past so deep that even his enemies spoke to him like a ghost. And she was thinking about his hands. Grant dragged the unconscious attacker away from the door, bound his wrists with zip ties from the duffel, then took his weapons with efficient disgust. He moved like the cabin was an extension of his body. Every drawer held something useful. Every shadow seemed known to him. He crossed to the fireplace, pulled another compartment open, and removed 2 small black devices. "What are those?" Nora asked. "Motion pucks. You just have those." "Yes." "Along with signal jammers and a gun wall hidden in your fireplace." "It's not a gun wall." "What would you call it?" "A contingency." "Right." He gave her a look. "You broke into a contingency." Despite everything, a laugh almost escaped her. It came out broken and breathless, but it was close enough that Grant's attention cut to her face. Not suspicious this time. Assessing. "Shock," he said. "I'm not in shock. You're bleeding, shaking, joking, and arguing with the only person in the room who knows how to keep you alive. You're in shock. I argue in perfect health too." "Good to know." He moved toward her. Nora stiffened before she could hide it. Grant stopped immediately. Not paused, stopped. A clear, deliberate halt 3 feet away, giving her the space like it cost him nothing. It cost her something. She didn't like that either. "Your side," he said. "I need to see it." "It's fine." "It is." "You a doctor too, or just a walking weapons catalog?" "Combat medic training." "Convenient." "Not for the men I learned on." That shut her up. The words landed quietly, but behind them was a room full of ghosts. Nora saw it in the way his jaw locked after he said them. Saw it in the way he looked past her for half a second, not at the cabin, but through it, into some other place where men bled on dirt and orders came too late. Then he came back. He always came back fast. Grant set the medical kit on the floor between them and lowered himself to one knee. The posture should have made him less threatening. It didn't. He was too large, too focused, too controlled. A kneeling man could still be dangerous if he looked like he could rise through gunfire. "I'm going to check the wound," he said. "Jacket only, shirt only as much as needed. You tell me if you want me to stop." "Understood." The clarity of it stole her next argument. No grabbing, no assuming, no impatience. Just a line laid cleanly in the dark. Nora swallowed, understood. "Say yes." Her pulse kicked. Not because he demanded it, because he waited for it. "Yes." Grant nodded once. "Good." He reached slowly, giving her time to refuse, and tugged open the torn edge of her jacket. Cold air slipped beneath the soaked fabric. Nora clenched her teeth as he peeled it back from her left side. His fingers were careful. That seemed unfair. A man who could put another man on the floor in 3 heartbeats had no right to be so careful. The beam of his small flashlight cut across her ribs. He angled it away from her eyes, then looked at the wound with the same concentration he had given the door, the window, the weapon in her hand. Nora watched his face instead. No pity, no panic, no revulsion, just focus, and beneath it, something hard and protective settling into place. "Grazed," he said, "deep enough to hurt, not deep enough to kill you." "Lucky me." "It needs cleaning." "That sounds worse than dying." "It won't be." "Is that bedside manner?" "No." He opened antiseptic wipes. Nora reached for sarcasm and found only dread. "Will I need stitches?" "No." You're sure? Yes. Do you ever say more than one syllable? When people don't ask questions, they already know the answer to. She glared at him. He almost smiled again. Then he pressed the antiseptic to her wound. Nora sucked in a sharp breath and grabbed his shoulder before she could stop herself. Grant went still under her hand. Stone, heat, scar. She felt all of it through the open flannel and the thin dampness of his skin. Her fingers landed against a raised line crossing the top of his shoulder, thick and uneven. Not the clean mark of surgery, something uglier. A tear, a burn, a memory written in flesh. His eyes lifted to hers. Sorry, she said quickly, trying to pull back. Don't be. His voice had dropped. The cabin seemed to shrink. Rain, smoke, blood. The unconscious man bound near the door. The pistol in Nora's lap. Grant kneeling close enough that she could see drops of rain caught in his lashes, close enough to smell storm water, gun oil, and the faint, clean bite of soap beneath it. Her hand was still on him. She should move. She didn't. The scar beneath her palm felt like a map to a place he never spoke about. A place full of orders and graves, and men like the one outside who knew the code to his locks. What happened? She asked. His eyes flicked to her hand. For a second, she thought he would give her another one-word answer. Shrapnel, fire, war. Instead, he said, I followed an order I should have questioned. The honesty slipped between her ribs. Nora's voice came softer. Was that work? Grant resumed cleaning the wound, and the moment shuttered closed. Don't say his name like you know him. I know he wants me alive. That doesn't mean you know him. Then tell me. No. Because I can't handle it. Because I can. The reply hit too close. Nora laughed once, bitter and low. That's supposed to make sense. No. Grant. He taped gauze over her side, then smoothed the edge down with 2 fingers. Her skin tightened under the touch. His gaze noticed. His fingers stopped. Pain? He asked. She should say yes. Pain would be easier. No. The word came out too quiet. His eyes lifted. The air changed again, this time with no gunfire to excuse it. Nora knew attraction. She knew bad decisions. She knew what it felt like to want someone because danger had burned away the surface of things and left only pulse, breath, heat, need. She also knew the difference between fear and desire. She was afraid of the men outside. She was not afraid of Grant kneeling in front of her. That might have been the most dangerous thing in the cabin. He moved his hand away first. Done. She released his shoulder, but her fingertips dragged unintentionally over the scar. He caught his breath. Barely. But she heard it. Her pulse stumbled. Grant stood abruptly and stepped back. Keep pressure if it bleeds through. Nora forced air into her lungs. Do you always run from women who touch your scars? His jaw flexed. Only the ones being hunted by men I should have killed years ago. The words should have cooled her. They didn't. They filled the room with more questions. Grant crossed to the breaker panel near the kitchen and opened it. Instead of restoring power, he cut something else. The cabin gave a low mechanical groan from beneath the floor. What now? Nora asked. Manual lockdown. I thought we were already locked down. We were inconveniencing them. Now we're locked down. Metal shutters slid over the broken front window from inside the wall. Another sheet, dropped across the back window beside Nora, closing out the forest inch by inch until only a narrow firing slit remained. The cabin darkened into a bunker. Nora stared. This is insane. This is preparedness. This is paranoia with a construction budget. Paranoia means you're wrong. He checked the firing slit, then handed her another magazine. If you see movement at the south line, don't shoot unless I tell you. They'll try to bait muzzle flash. South line. He pointed, the drop behind the pines. They'll think we're watching the road because that's where they breached. They'll test the rear first. 5 minimum. The man said 4. He lied. You were very confident about that. 4 wouldn't attack this cabin in a storm with a target alive inside. And me, unidentified. You were unidentified. I was until your friend outside used my rank. Nora tucked the magazine into the jacket pocket he indicated. You mean your former commander? Grant's face hardened. I mean the man outside. You still don't want to say his name? No. Why? Because naming something doesn't make it less dangerous. It makes it real. Grant looked at her then, and the weight of him was almost physical. Everything real in my life has a body count. Nora should have flinched. Instead, anger warmed under her fear. Not at him. For him. For the bleak certainty in his voice, the way he had accepted loneliness like a sentence handed down by a corrupt judge. That's a convenient excuse, she said. His eyes narrowed. Excuse. To stay buried. The silence that followed was not safe. Nora knew it. She had pushed too hard, too fast, with a man she didn't know, and a wound in her side and death watching from the trees. But Grant didn't lash out. He moved closer until the darkness held only the outline of him, then stopped at the same respectful distance as before. You don't know what buried me. No, she said, but I know what dead men sound like when they're still breathing. That landed. She saw it hit. Saw his shoulders go rigid, saw his expression close around something raw before he could stop it. For a heartbeat, he looked less like a weapon, and more like a man who had woken alone for too many years, with a hand reaching for a rifle that wasn't there. Then a motion puck chirped. Once, Grant turned instantly. The moment vanished. He moved to the wall of monitors, hidden behind a sliding panel near the bookcase. Grainy thermal feeds flickered on small screens, showing patches of white heat against black forest. Nora pushed herself up, ignoring the pull in her side. What is it? North Ridge. How many? 2. On the screen, 2 pale shapes moved through the trees with disturbing coordination. Low, slow. 2 controlled for civilians, 2 patient for desperate men. One carried a long weapon. The other paused near a pine and lifted something toward the cabin. Grant's mouth tightened. Thermal scope. He can see us. Not through the shielding. You have shielding. He didn't answer. Of course he had shielding. Nora looked around the cabin with fresh understanding. The rough wood walls, the old couch, the chipped mugs near the sink, the hand-built shelves lined with paperbacks and maps. It wasn't a retreat. It was a skin stretched over a bunker. This place had never been meant for peace. It had been meant for siege. What did you do? She whispered. Grant didn't look at her. Survived. No, before that. His eyes stayed on the screen. The 2 figures split apart. Grant. No. The word cracked, not loud but final. Fine. If he wouldn't give her his secrets, she still had her own. Nora looked toward the duffel, then down at the blood stiffening on her shirt. The flash drive pressed against the center of her bra, slick with sweat, wrapped in stolen plastic. It felt absurd now, hiding it from him while men with military gear and his access codes tried to tear the cabin open around them. Daniel had trusted the name Hale. But Daniel was dead, and Grant had history with the monster outside. Those two facts did not make trust. They made a trap with better lighting. The radio Grant had taken from the attacker crackled where it lay on the table. Broken, but not dead. Static, then a voice. Not amplified now, close, intimate through the damaged speaker. Hale. Grant's spine went still. The voice was calm, almost affectionate. You took in a stray again. I should have expected that. Nora looked at Grant. Nothing moved in his face, but something in him had gone far away and very dark. Rourke continued, The woman has something that belongs to me. You know what happens when assets are mishandled. Grant picked up the radio. Nora expected him to smash it. Instead, he pressed the button. Leave. There was a pause, then a soft laugh, still giving impossible orders. Last warning. Last, Rourke sounded amused. You used to know how numbers worked, son. Son. The word hit the cabin like another bullet. Nora's gaze snapped to Grant. His expression did not change, but his fingers tightened around the radio until the plastic creaked. Rourke heard the silence. Nora could feel him smiling through the static. Ah, she didn't know. A low tusk. Careful, Nora Ashe. He looks noble when he's bleeding for you. Less so when you learn what he has done. Grant's eyes cut to her. There it was. Not surprise that Rourke knew her name. Fear that she had heard the rest. Rourke went on. Ask him about San Cordova. Ask him about the school. Ask him why his unit called him Graveyard. Grant smashed the radio against the stone hearth. Static died. The storm rushed back in. Nora stared at him. Graveyard. Not now. That man called you son. Not now. He knows my name. So do I. No, she said. You know the name I gave you. Apparently he knows more. Grant moved to the unconscious attacker and checked the man's restraints with unnecessary force. Rourke knows everything he pays to know. And San Cordova. His hand stilled. Nora's mouth went dry. There were rooms in people. Some doors you didn't open during a storm. Some doors, once opened, changed the shape of the entire house. Grant stood. San Cordova was a failed operation. That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting, while a kill team is outside. Were civilians killed? His face went hard enough to answer. Nora felt her anger falter. He looked at her then, and the awful thing was that he didn't defend himself, didn't soften it, didn't say it was complicated, though she knew it. Had to be. Didn't ask for understanding he believed he didn't deserve. Yes, he said. A clean blade of truth. Nora took it and bled around it. How many? Grant's throat moved. Too many. A sound tapped the roof. Grant lifted one hand. Nora froze. Another tap. Not rain. Something rolled down the slope of the roof, small and heavy, then stopped near the gutter. Grant's gaze went up. Nora whispered, "What is that?" He lunged for her. The blast wasn't large enough to destroy the cabin, but it punched the roof with a white flash and a concussive roar that threw Nora sideways. Grant caught most of her weight, driving her into the space between the couch and the floor as dust and splinters rained down. Her ears rang. The cabin tilted. No, not tilted. She was dizzy. Grant's body covered hers again, one arm braced over her head, chest hard against her shoulder, breath hot near her temple. He smelled like smoke now, like torn wood, like the edge of a fight. "Talk to me," he said. Nora blinked against floating dust. "You're heavy." His chest shifted. A laugh, so quick she might have imagined it. Anything hurt worse than before. "My pride." "Then you're fine." Medical genius. He lifted enough to look at her. They were too close. His face was inches above hers, marked by dust and shadow. A thin cut bled near his cheekbone. One drop slid down, curved along the hard line of his jaw, and fell onto the floor beside her ear. Nora's hand moved before thought. She touched his cheek. Grant stopped breathing. So did she. The ringing in her ears faded until the only sound was rain and their shared breath. His skin was warm beneath the smear of blood. He could have pulled away. He didn't. He held himself still with the same discipline he used to hold a weapon, as if wanting anything from her would make him dangerous. Maybe it would. Maybe that was why her body answered. Not because she was safe, because he was trying, with every brutal part of himself, not to take more than she offered. "You're bleeding," she said. "So are you." "You first." His eyes changed. Something dark moved through them, intimate and unwanted. Not cruelty, hunger under lock and key. Nora. Her name in his mouth had rough edges now. Warning. Question. Want. She should have pulled her hand back. Instead, she let her thumb graze the blood from his cheek. His eyes lowered to her mouth. The pull between them became almost physical, a taut cord tied somewhere beneath her ribs, dragging her toward a man she had every reason to distrust. The cabin was under attack. His past was a minefield. Her life was unraveling one secret at a time. Still, her body knew the difference between danger outside and heat inside. "Is this okay?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. Grant's gaze snapped back to hers. The question seemed to strike him deeper than any accusation had. He looked at her mouth again, then closed his eyes for one hard second, fighting something neither of them had time to name. "No," he said. Nora's hand fell away. He caught it before it dropped completely, not gripping, only holding her fingers in his open palm. "No," he repeated, rougher. "Because if I kiss you right now, it won't be because we're clear. It won't be because you've had time to think. It'll be fear and adrenaline and blood loss doing the talking." Nora's face burned. Humiliation came fast, hot enough to sting. She tried to pull her hand free. This time, he let go instantly. Of course he did. She turned her head away, understood. "Look at me." "No." "Nora." I said understood. A beat passed. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. Quieter, lower, stripped of command. "I didn't say no, because I don't want to." Her throat tightened despite herself. She looked at him. "Mistake." His face was still inches away. His eyes were no longer winter gray. They were darker now, almost black in the low light, and full of something that made the ruined cabin feel too small to contain him. I said no because I do, he said. And wanting you while you're hurt, hunted, and trapped in my house means I keep my hands to myself until you can choose without a gunfight outside the walls. The words moved through her slowly. Not rejection, restraint, respect, a boundary drawn for both of them. Nora's breath left her in a shaky line. You're very inconvenient. His mouth almost curved. Been told. By women you didn't kiss during tactical sieges. By commanding officers, I should have disobeyed sooner. The tenderness vanished from his face the instant he realized what he had given away. But Nora had heard it. Another piece. Another crack. Grant pushed himself up and away from her, then offered his hand. She took it. The contact was quick, functional, devastating. He pulled her to her feet with controlled strength, careful not to jostle her left side. Above them, rain spilled through a fist-sized hole in the roof, pattering onto the floor in a widening dark stain. Roof breach, he said. They're tryin'. G to flush us toward the back. What happens if we stay? They escalate. What happens if we run? They steer us. What happens if we surrender? He looked at her. She nodded. Right, stupid question. No human question. That was worse. The man kept doing that, turning sharp when she expected cold, offering gentleness like contraband smuggled through a war zone. Grant moved to the pantry and opened another hidden panel. Nora followed because the back window was sealed now, and because standing still made the fear louder. Inside the panel was a narrow metal ladder leading down. You have a basement. Tunnel. Of course you do. Old mining line runs half a mile east. Relief hit so fast her knees almost buckled. Then we can leave. No. No. They'll be watching the exits. You said half a mile. I said it runs half a mile. I didn't say the exit was clear. Then why build a tunnel? To choose my death with better options. Grant. He ignored the way she said his name, took 2 packs from the hidden space, and tossed one onto the table. Water, spare clothes, ammo, thermal blanket, burner phone sealed in foil. Don't open it unless I tell you. You want me packed for a hike. I want you ready to move in under 10 seconds. Nora looked at the tunnel. And if I choose to move now? Grant's expression locked down. There it was again, the wall. You won't get 50 yards. You don't know that. I do. Because I'm weak. Because you're wounded. Because I'm civilian. Yes. The bluntness struck sparks off her nerves. She stepped closer. I may not have your training, but I've made it this far. By luck. By running when people died for me. Luck, he said again, harsher now, is not an insult. It's a limited resource. And what are you? Strategy? No, he leaned in, eyes hard. I'm what's left after strategy fails. Silence crashed between them. Nora should have retreated. She didn't. Daniel told me to find Hale, she said. Grant went still. Not his soldier, still. Not the controlled readiness she had seen before. This was something else. A wound reopening. What did you say? Nora reached into her jacket, then stopped when his gaze sharpened. Easy, she said. I'm not drawing on you. You're reaching near. A hidden object you lied about carrying. Fair. Slowly, with 2 fingers, she pulled the plastic evidence sleeve from inside her bra. The flash drive caught the low emergency light, silver and obscene in its smallness. Grant stared at it. The cabin seemed to breathe around them. Daniel Mercer, she said. Assistant Federal Prosecutor, 34. Annoying coffee snob. Terrible dancer, my friend. Grant's jaw tightened at the word friend. He came to me 2 nights ago, Nora continued. He said if anything happened, if anyone came for the files, I needed to disappear and find Hale. He said Hale survived Rook. Grant's eyes lifted from the drive to her face. What else did he say? That the evidence was bigger than one case. That people in uniform were laundering orders through private contractors. That the dead were being mislabeled as foreign combatants, assets, informants, accidents. Her voice thinned. He said there were names on that drive powerful people had killed to keep buried. Did he say who gave him the drive? No. Did he say my first name? No. Grant looked away, but not before Nora saw the grief. You knew him. I knew his older brother. The revelation slipped under her skin. Daniel had a brother. Grant's face tightened. Evan Mercer, sergeant, good man. Had. Grant said nothing. Nora looked down at the flash drive. Pieces shifted. Daniel hadn't chosen Hale from nowhere. This wasn't random. None of it was random. Grant wasn't just a name in a dying man's emergency plan. He was part of the file. What happened to Evan? She asked. Grant moved to the monitor wall. Not now. Stop saying that. Then stop asking questions that get us both killed. Secrets are getting us killed. He turned on her. No, that drive is getting you killed. Rourke is getting you killed. The men outside are getting you killed. My secrets are the only reason you're still breathing. The words hit hard because they were partly true. Nora hated partly true more than lies. She held up the flash drive. Then help me use this. We can't access it here. You have a bunker cabin with thermal shielding, a weapons cache, a tunnel, motion sensors, and enough paranoia to invade a small country, but no laptop. It has an embedded tracker. The drive, likely. Cold slid through her. I wrapped it. Daniel said the sleeve would block signal. Maybe. Depends what he was blocking. Nora looked at the thing in her hand, as if it had become venomous. Grant moved fast, taking a small metal box from the shelf and opening it. Inside. She dropped the drive into it. He shut the lid and latched it. Faraday case, it buys us time. How much time? Depends how good they are. Judgy. NG by the dead man cabin codes. I'm guessing very. He didn't correct her. That frightened her more than he could have. A low vibration moved through the floor. Nora looked down. What was that? Grant's head tilted. Another vibration. Not thunder. Mechanical. His eyes went to the unconscious attacker, then to the door, then to the roof. They're cutting power to the shutters from outside. You said manual lockdown. They have Rourke. The way he said it turned the former commander into a weapon. The shutter over the front window gave a metallic groan. Grant grabbed a rifle from the fireplace cache and handed Nora a flashlight no bigger than her finger. Listen carefully. The basement ladder drops 12 feet. At the bottom, there's a steel door. You open it by turning the wheel left, then right, then pulling hard. You're sending me into the tunnel. I'm giving you an option. You're staying here. I'm slowing them down. No. His eyes snapped to hers. Nora stepped closer, all fear and anger now, the two emotions braided so tightly she couldn't separate them. No, you don't get to do that. This isn't a discussion. It is if you expect me to walk into a dark hole while you die dramatically in your murder cabin. I'm not dying dramatically. Oh, good, quietly then. Nora. No, her voice broke, and she hated that too. Daniel put that thing in my hand and died before I could help him. I left him there because he told me to run. I am not doing another version of that tonight. Grant's face shifted. The anger did not vanish, but something in it bent. You barely know me, he said. I know enough. No, you don't. I know you stop when I tell you to. I know you arm women you don't trust because you'd rather give them a fighting chance than keep control. I know that man outside can gut you with 2 words, and you still haven't opened the door. Nora swallowed against the sudden burn in her throat. I know you think being left behind is your natural habitat. That doesn't mean I'm willing to put you there. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The shutter groaned again, louder this time. Grant looked toward the window, then back at her. When I tell you to run, he said, you run. When there is a reason. When I tell you. Grant. His hand came up, not touching her face, just stopping near it as if his body had made a decision his mind couldn't allow. He curled his fingers into a fist and dropped it. Damn it, he whispered. The words were not frustration. They were surrender. A small one. Enough. Fine, he said. You stay behind me. You do exactly what I say. You don't improvise unless I'm down or dead. I don't like that last part. You don't have to like it. You have to remember it. I'll remember you being dramatic. You'll remember the order. I'll remember both. The shutter shrieked. A gap opened at the bottom of the front window. Rain blew in sideways. Grant moved. Nora followed. He positioned her behind the stone fireplace, where she had a partial angle on the door and a line of sight to the broken window. He placed her hands, adjusted her grip, showed her where to brace her elbows. Breathe in, he said. She did. Half out, hold, don't lock your joints. His body was close behind hers, not touching except where necessary. A forearm guiding her angle, a knee nudging her stance. Heat radiated from him, distracting and steadying at once. Your hands are shaking, he said. I noticed. That's fine, don't fight it, work around it. You always this comforting. I'm told I'm an acquired taste. By women or commanding officers. A pause. Mostly enemies. The answer should not have made her mouth curve. It did. Then a black-gloved hand appeared beneath the shutter. Nora stopped smiling. The hand rolled something inside. Grant fired before Nora understood what she was seeing. The object sparked and burst against the window frame instead of the floor, showering the room in white fragments and smoke. Not gas this time. Flash powder. The light was blinding even at an angle. Nora flinched. Eyes, Grant barked. She squeezed them shut. The world went white-orange behind her lids. Then came the breach. Glass broke, metal screamed, men moved. Grant fired with calm, controlled bursts that turned the cabin into sound and muzzle flash. Nora heard one man shout, another hit the porch, a third curse from the side wall. She kept her position, blind for half a second, then blinked through tears and saw a shape trying to come through the low window gap. She lifted the pistol. Her breath fractured. Not a target. A person. A person trying to kill her. A person who might have killed Daniel. Who might drag her to work. Who might peel the secrets out of that flash drive and bury every body Daniel had died trying to name. The shape raised a weapon. Nora fired. The recoil kicked up her arms. The bullet struck the window frame inches from the man's face. He ducked back with a curse. She hadn't hit H. Him. She had made him move. Grant was suddenly beside her, not taking over, not scolding, just there. Good, he said. She stared at him. I missed. You made him respect the angle. That's good. That's alive. Then the lights outside cut out. Not the cabin lights, the storm lights, the faint red glows, the thermal shapes on the monitor. Everything went black. Grant swore. Nora's stomach dropped. What happened? They killed the perimeter grid. How? Access box. They know where that is. They know everything. A new sound came through the storm. Not footsteps. Not gunfire. A single whistle. 2 short notes, 1 low. Grant's face went rigid. This time, Nora didn't ask what it meant. The unconscious attacker near the door stirred. Grant crossed to him, dropped to one knee, and hauled the man's head up by the back of his vest. Who has my codes? The man's eyes fluttered. Blood slicked his mouth. He smiled anyway. Commander says you'd ask the wrong question. Grant's voice went lethal. What's the right one? The attacker's gaze slid to Nora. She felt it like a blade. Why did the prosecutor send her to you? Grant's hand tightened. The attacker laughed, wet and low. You still don't know, do you? She isn't carrying evidence against Rourke. Nora stopped breathing. Grant's eyes flicked toward the Faraday case. The man smiled wider. She's carrying evidence against you. The cabin seemed to fall silent around the sentence. Rain, smoke, blood. All of it receded until there was only the sound of Nora's own heartbeat and the way Grant did not move, did not deny it, did not demand clarification, did not look surprised enough. Nora's fingers went cold around the pistol. What is he talking about? She asked. Grant's face turned slowly toward hers. In the dark, he looked like a man standing at the edge of an execution he had always known would come. Nora, he said. The attacker laughed again. Ask Graveyard what happened to Evan Mercer. Grant hit him once, fast and brutal, and the man went limp. But the damage was done. Nora backed away. Nora, Grant said again, lower now. No, her voice shook. No more not now, no more later. Daniel told me to find you because he trusted you. Grant said nothing. Did he trust you? She demanded. His silence was the wrong shape. The front shutter screamed again, as another piece of metal peeled loose from outside. Grant stepped toward her. Nora raised the pistol. He stopped instantly, not because he was afraid, because she had drawn a boundary. The agony of that nearly undid her. Tell me, she said. His eyes held hers. Then his gaze dropped to the gun. You have the safety on. Nora's throat tightened. He could have killed the moment with that, could have made her feel foolish, could have used it to take the weapon and the upper hand. He didn't. He only looked back at her. I was there when Evan Mercer died, he said. The words came out stripped bare. Nora's stomach turned. Did you kill him? No. Did Rourke? Grant's jaw flexed. No. The answer was worse, because it left only one direction for blame to go. "What did you do?" she whispered. The remaining front shutter ripped free with a metallic scream and crashed onto the porch. Cold rain and black night opened into the cabin. From outside, Rourke's voice called through the storm, clear and almost tender. "Tell her the truth, son." Grant turned toward the open window, rifle rising. But Nora was still watching him, still waiting. Grant's mouth tightened around the words like they were barbed wire. "I gave the order that sent Evan Mercer into the building." A red laser sight cut through the broken window and settled directly on Nora's chest. Chapter 3: The Flash Drive and the Firelight. Grant moved before Nora understood she had been marked for death. 1 second, the red dot burned over her heart. The next, his body slammed into hers and took her down behind the stone fireplace as the shot punched through the cabin wall with a flat, surgical crack. Splinters burst across the room. Something hot kissed the air over Nora's cheek. She hit the floor hard enough to knock the breath from her lungs, Grant's weight covering her without crushing her, one arm locked over the back of her head. He fired twice without looking. A shout tore through the storm outside. Not Rourke's voice. "One of the men." Grant rolled off her and dragged her deeper behind the hearth. "Stay down." Nora caught his wrist. He looked at her hand first, then her face. "Evan Mercer," she said, because terror had burned away everything except the name. "You gave the order." His expression shut down. "Not now." She dug her fingers into him harder. "You don't get to use that sentence anymore." Another round struck the fireplace, showering them with stone dust. Grant's jaw flexed. "I gave an order that put his team inside a building I believed had been cleared of civilians and rigged weapons. The intel was false." "Whose intel?" "Rourke's. And Evan died." Grant looked toward the shattered window, but Nora knew he wasn't seeing it. He was seeing another building, another night, another man going through a door because Grant Hale had told him to. "Evan died getting 2 children out through a service corridor," he said. The official report buried him as an operational loss. Daniel found the discrepancy years later. Nora's chest tightened until breathing hurt more than the wound in her side. 2 children. A dead brother. A prosecutor with too much courage and not enough time. A soldier hiding in a mountain cabin with a dead man's guilt built into his walls. "Did Daniel know?" she asked. "That I gave the entry order." Grant's mouth tightened. "Yes. And he still told me to find you." His eyes cut to hers, raw for a second before he locked it down. Daniel cared about the truth more than his hatred. "He hated you." He had reason to. The honesty should have made Grant smaller. It didn't. It made him look almost unbearable. A man standing inside the blast radius of what he had survived, refusing to move far enough away to pretend he was innocent. Nora released his wrist slowly. The red laser swept across the wall above them, searching. Grant's voice dropped to a whisper. "On my mark, crawl toward the pantry." "The tunnel." "No, the lower safe." "Why?" "Because if Rourke is talking about that drive, then we need to know what Daniel really gave you." "I thought you said we couldn't access it here." "We can't connect it to the network. I can air gap it." "Of course you can." His eyes flicked to her mouth for the smallest instant, there and gone beneath the pressure of the moment. "Compliment my paranoia later." "Assuming we get a later." "We get one if you move when I say." The laser slid closer. Grant waited. Every part of him went quiet. Nora felt the change in him like pressure dropping before a storm. The man beside her did not hope, did not rush, did not let fear touch the shape of his decisions. He counted the shooter's rhythm in silence. Nora watched his mouth, not because she meant to. Because the world had narrowed to strange, impossible details. The blood at his temple, the dust on his lashes, the harsh line of his throat when he swallowed down something human and became tactical again. Now, he said. They moved. Nora crawled first, pistol clutched in her right hand, teeth clamped against the bright rip of pain in her side. Grant moved behind her, a shadow with a rifle, firing once toward the north window when the laser swung low again. Something cracked outside. The red dot vanished. They reached the pantry as another shot tore through the cabin and shattered a jar of peaches on the shelf above Nora's head. Syrup splashed across her shoulder, absurdly sweet against the bitterness of smoke. Grant shoved the shelving unit aside, revealing not the tunnel ladder this time, but a waist-high steel door with a biometric pad. Nora stared. How many secret doors do you have? Not enough. Grant. He pressed his palm to the scanner. It flashed red. His face hardened. Nora's stomach dropped. What does red mean? The system thinks I'm dead. That seems personal. It means Rourke triggered my kill file. You're what? Grant drew a knife from his belt and pried off the side panel with savage precision. After San Cordova, every member of my unit got buried on paper. New identities, dead names, closed files. Rourke controlled the original registry. And he just told your own safe you're a corpse. Yes. That's not terrifying at all. The front of the cabin took another impact. Not a shot, a ram. The remaining barricade groaned. Grant stripped 2 wires, touched them together, and the safe gave a reluctant click. Inside, he said. The door swung open. The lower safe held a rugged laptop, 3 sealed drives, stacks of cash, passports, and a photograph tucked into the corner beneath a magnet. Nora saw it before Grant could hide it. 4 men in desert gear, younger, sunburned, grinning like death was something that happened to other people. Grant stood at the edge, leaner than, his smile small but real. Beside him was a blond man with one arm slung around Grant's shoulders, mouth open mid-laugh. Evan Mercer, she knew without being told. Behind them stood Colonel Rourke, silver hair darkened by dust, one hand on Grant's shoulder like ownership. Nora looked at Grant. He did not touch the photo. That told her enough. He took the laptop instead, tucked it beneath one arm, then grabbed the Faraday case. Fireplace. You want to work in the middle of the room. The chimney mass blocks part of the exterior scan, and I have line of sight to 3 entry points. Romantic. His eyes snapped to hers. For a second, neither of them spoke. The word had slipped out because terror made her mouth reckless, and because something between them kept pulling against the circumstances, inappropriate and alive. Romantic. As if this was a date with gunfire. As if he had not refused tea. Oh, kiss her, because the night was too full of blood. As if she had not wanted him more for that refusal. Grant looked away first. Move. They returned to the hearth in a crouch. The cabin had gone colder. Wind pushed through the broken front window, carrying rain into the room in silver sheets. Smoke from the smothered gas canister clung low to the floor, and the roof leak had spread into a dark pool that reflected the intermittent white of lightning. Grant set the laptop on the stone ledge and powered it on. No logo appeared, just a black screen and a line of text. Nora crouched beside him, clutching her side. "That thing looks illegal." "It's offline." That wasn't a no. He opened the Faraday case. Inside, the flash drive sat tiny and obscene, the reason Daniel was dead, and men were trying to peel open the cabin like a tin can. Grant held it between 2 fingers, but did not insert it. His eyes were on Nora. "What? If we open this, it may trigger something." "Like what?" "Data wipe, location burst, dead man message, embedded malware, something Daniel didn't know about." "Or something he did." Grant's gaze sharpened. Nora swallowed. "He wasn't stupid. If he sent me to you, and the drive is evidence against you, maybe he meant for you to see it. He might have meant for you to give it to federal agents. Then he would have said that. Maybe he didn't have time. He had time to say Hale survived Rook." Grant's face changed. "Not much." "Enough." Nora leaned closer. "What is Rook?" Outside, Rook's men shifted near the tree line. Grant listened for a moment, then inserted the flash drive. "Rook was the call sign for a covert command structure that didn't officially exist," he said, voice low as code spilled across the laptop screen. "Private money, government access, military assets off the books. Death Squad. Not at first. At first, Rook identified threats no agency could touch cleanly. Warlords, arms brokers, human intelligence targets buried behind diplomatic immunity." His mouth flattened. Then Rook learned there was more profit in deciding who counted as a threat. The screen flickered. A password prompt appeared. Grant typed once. "Denied." He typed again. "Denied." Nora watched his hands. They were steady. His face was not. "What are you trying?" "Old unit phrases." "What about graveyard?" His fingers stopped above the keys. The cabin seemed to pulse around them. "That was what they called me after San Cordova," he said. "Because of the civilians. Because I kept finding bodies after everyone else stopped looking." Nora's throat tightened. He typed graveyard. "Denied." The laptop flashed a warning. 1 attempt remaining. Grant exhaled slowly. Nora touched his forearm. He went still, but he didn't pull away. "Try Evan," she said. His jaw flexed. "Nora." Daniel loved his brother. If he wanted you to open this, maybe he chose a name you'd never use lightly. Grant's eyes stayed on the screen. Then he typed, "EVAN Mercer." The drive unlocked. For 1 second, neither of them moved. Then folders flooded the screen. Operation San Cordova. Rook Ledger. Asset Disposal. Mercer EVAN. Internal Review. Ash Inora. Leverage Profile. Nora's skin went cold. "There's a folder with my name." Grant clicked it. She wanted to tell him not to, wanted to snatch the laptop away. Wanted 3 more seconds before her life became even uglier than it already was. The file opened. A photograph of Nora filled the screen. Not recent, not from the courthouse. Her graduation from law school, hair shorter, smile wider, her mother crying beside her. Below it were details. Age 29. Occupation, forensic compliance analyst. Known associations. Daniel Mercer, Assistant U.S. Attorney. Psychological profile. High guilt response, resistant under pressure, protective toward vulnerable parties. Operational use, carrier asset. Probability of seeking grant hail if directed. 78% after Mercer prompt. Nora stopped breathing. Grant read it once, then again. His face drained of everything except murder. "They profiled me," she whispered. Grant's hand closed around the edge of the laptop, so hard Nora heard the casing crack. "Rourke did. They knew Daniel would give it to me." "Yes. They knew he'd tell me to find you." Grant said nothing, because there was nothing softer than yes. Nora stared at her own picture. The woman on the screen didn't know she was already a root on someone else's map. She didn't know her kindness had been measured, her grief anticipated, her choices turned into probabilities by men who reduced people to useful pressure points. A thin, cold rage slid beneath her panic. "I was bait." Grant's eyes closed for 1 second. When he opened them, they were gone cold in a way Nora understood now was not absence of feeling. It was too much feeling forced into a weapon shape. "Yes." The words should have broken her. Instead, something in her said, "Then we make them regret choosing me." Grant Lew cared at her. Whatever he saw made his expression fracture. Not fully. Grant Hale did nothing fully when it came to tenderness. But the hard line of his mouth softened with something like awe, and his gaze moved over her face as if recalculating her again, this time without underestimating the cost of her courage. "You should be scared," he said. "I am. You should want out." "I do. You should hate me." "I might, I haven't decided." That almost smile returned, but it was wrecked around the edges. "Fair." She nodded at the screen. "Keep reading." He did. The next file contained audio transcripts, payment routes, names connected to agencies, contractors, shell companies. Nora recognized 2 from cases Daniel had whispered about but never explained. Grant recognized more. She knew by the way his breathing changed, by the way each name landed somewhere old and bruised. Then he opened the San Cordova folder. The first video, loaded without sound. Night footage, green, grainy, shot through a helmet camera. A building in a narrow street, men moving in a stack, a voice giving commands. Grant's voice. "You are clear for entry. Move." Nora glanced at him. He was not watching himself. He was watching the door in the footage. The team went in. Static tore across the image. Then movement, shouts, a small figure running through smoke, a child. Nora covered her mouth. Grant did not move. The video cut to another angle. Rourke's voice this time, calm and distant over comms. "Proceed, the site is hostile, no deviation." Then another voice. Grant S., younger and raw with urgency. "Negative, civilian presence confirmed. Hold position. Hold." The audio clipped. The feed jumped. Gunfire, screams, smoke. The file ended. Nora lowered her hand slowly. "They cut your order." Grant's eyes stayed on the black screen. "They used the part where you sent them in," she said, "but not the part where you tried to stop it." Evan was already inside. "You didn't know civilians were there." "I should have." "You did know when it mattered, and you tried to stop it." He turned on her. They died anyway. The force of his guilt filled the space between them, hotter than the dying fire, harsher than the storm. Nora understood then that Grant had not been hiding in the cabin because he feared prosecution. He had been hiding because part of him believed the punishment would never be enough. "They died because Rourke lied," she said. "They died because I trusted him. You were his soldier. I was his weapon. You were a man following intel from the person responsible for giving it." His eyes flashed. "Don't absolve me because you want to trust me." "I don't." The words stopped him. "Good." She needed him stopped, needed him listening. "I don't trust you completely," she said. "I don't know enough yet. You scare me. You keep weapons in your walls. Your former commander knows how to open your house. You look at me like I'm something you want and something you're trying not to touch because you think wanting makes you dangerous." His face changed. Nora kept going because if she stopped now, fear would take the wheel. "But I saw that video. I heard you try to stop it. I know what a cover-up looks like. I know the difference between guilt and responsibility, even if you don't." Her voice lowered. "And Daniel knew it too. That's why he sent me here." Grant looked at her for a long moment. The cabin seemed to fall away. No Rourke. No laser sights. No storm. Just the man and the wound. "You don't know what I've done," he said. "No," she said, "but I know what you did tonight." A muscle worked in his jaw. Outside, one of the motion pucks chirped twice. Grant looked toward the monitor, then back at the laptop. "They're circling. How long do we have?" "Minutes, less if Rourke gets impatient." "What do we need from the drive?" "Enough to broadcast." "To who?" "Federal agents who aren't compromised." "Do you know any?" "One." "That sounds thin." "It is." The laptop screen flickered again. A new file opened on its own. Grant went rigid. Nora leaned closer. "Did you do that?" "No." The screen went black. Then text appeared. "Hello, Sergeant." Nora's blood chilled. Grant reached for the drive. The laptop locked him out. More text appeared. "She made it to you. Good." "What is this?" Nora whispered. Grant's face had gone white beneath the blood and soot. A video window opened. Daniel Mercer appeared on the screen. Alive. Not alive now. Recorded. Sitting in the driver's seat of his car, face pale, collar open, eyes bright with the feverish clarity of a man who knew his remaining time had become a room with no doors. Nora made a sound she couldn't stop. Grant's hand moved toward her, then halted, waiting even now. She nodded once. He touched the back of her shoulder, light but present. Daniel looked into the camera. "If you're watching this, I'm dead or close enough that the difference doesn't matter." "Nora, I'm sorry, I used you. I told myself I was giving the files the best chance, but that doesn't change what I did. Rourke has eyes on federal channels, on my office, on every courier route I tried. You were the one person he would expect me to protect too much to involve." Nora pressed her fingers to her mouth. Daniel's recorded voice broke. "I was wrong to make that choice for you." Grant's hand tightened once against her shoulder, a silent anchor. Daniel continued. "Hale, if you're there, I know you think my brother's blood is on your hands. I spent years wanting that to be true because it was easier than admitting Evan died trying to save people Rourke had already decided were disposable. I found the original comms. I found the cut feed. You tried to pull them back." Grant looked away. Nora watched him absorb mercy like it hurt worse than blame. Daniel leaned closer to the camera. "Rourke wants the drive because it doesn't just expose Rook. It exposes the kill order for you. He kept you alive because a dead martyr is useful, but a broken weapon is easier to control. Now he knows you're not broken enough. The screen glitched. Daniel's eyes shifted, as if he had heard something outside the car. If Nora reaches you, assume she was followed. Assume the drive is tagged. Assume the obvious evidence is bait. The real files are partitioned behind the Mercer key. Grant's gaze snapped back to the screen. Daniel swallowed. The key is not my brother's name. It's what Evans said on the last clean recording before Rourke cut the feed. A crash sounded in the video, distant and metallic. Daniel flinched. Nora's heart clenched so hard she thought it might tear. He looked into the camera one last time. Nora, run only if you choose to. Hale, if you still have any honor left, let her choose. The video cut. For a moment, the room held no sound, but storm and breath. Nora realized she was crying only when a tear slipped down her cheek and touched her split lip. Grant's thumb brushed it away before either of them thought better. He froze. His hand stayed near her face, not touching now. Nora looked at him. The grief should have separated them. Instead, it laid everything bare. Daniel's apology, Grant's guilt, Nora's rage, Rourke's hand around all of them, squeezing from the dark. Grant's voice was rough. I'm sorry. For Daniel. Yes. For Evan. Yes. For me. His eyes held hers. Yes. The answer was too quiet to defend against. Nora closed the distance herself and pressed her forehead to his chest. Grant went still, every muscle locked like she had put a knife against his throat instead of her face against his body. Then, slowly, carefully, he rested one hand between her shoulder blades. Not claiming, not trapping, holding. Just that. Nora inhaled him. Smoke, rain, blood, man, the warm, living contradiction of him. He was hard everywhere, scarred in too many places, dangerous down to the marrow. And yet the hand on her back was so careful it made her chest ache. You can hate me tomorrow, he said into her hair. I'm busy tomorrow. Planning something. Surviving. His breath moved against the crown of her head. Good plan. She closed her eyes. The cabin creaked under the storm. Men outside prepared to breach. A dead man had just apologized from beyond the grave. Nora knew she should step back. She knew Grant would let her. That was why she didn't. She lifted her head. His eyes dropped to her mouth again. And this time, he did not hide it quickly enough. There it was, the thing that had been building since the moment he'd taken her gun and given her a better one. Not comfort, not softness, something darker. Consent and danger braided tight. Desire made sharper because both of them had every reason to deny it, and none of those reasons had survived the truth. Nora, he said. A warning again. A question again. She was tired of questions, living under other words. I want you to kiss me, she said. His pupils widened. Outside, thunder rolled over the mountain. Inside, Grant did not move. You're hurt, he said. I know. You're scared. Yes. You're grieving. Yes. You're in my house, in a siege, with nowhere safe to go. I know all of that. Nora's voice trembled, but not with uncertainty. And I'm not asking you to make me forget. I'm asking you to give me one thing that's mine. One choice Rourke didn't script. 1 second where my body belongs to me and not to fear. Grant's face strained. She saw the battle in him. Hunger against restraint, want against ethics, the soldier against the man against the belief that everything he touched became wreckage. "Tell me to stop, and I stop," he said. "I know. I need to hear you say it. If I tell you to stop, you stop. Anytime. Anytime. Even if I'm not done wanting you." That almost broke her. The rough honesty of it, the way he made his own desire less important than her exit. "Especially then," she whispered. Grant's hand came up slowly, giving her every chance to move away. His palm cupped the side of her face with unbearable care, his thumb resting near the corner of her mouth. "Ask me again," he said. Nora's pulse pounded beneath her skin. "Kiss me." He did. Not like a man taking. Like a man finally allowing himself to accept what had been offered. His mouth touched hers with restraint so taut it shook. Warm, firm, gentle for exactly one breath. Then Nora made a sound against him, small and broken and hungry, and Grant's control slipped a fraction. The kiss deepened. Not reckless. Never reckless. He still held her as if she were wounded because she was, as if she were precious, because in that moment, impossibly, she felt it. His fingers slid into her wet hair, angling her mouth beneath his. Nora rose into him, one hand braced against his chest, feeling the hard thud of his heart under her palm. Alive. He was alive. So was she. The fact felt obscene and holy in equal measure. Grant broke the kiss first, breathing hard against her mouth. More. The words slid through her. Simple, necessary, devastating. Yes. He kissed her again, and this time Nora met him without hesitation. The world became heat in a cold cabin. Firelight beginning to glow as Grant kicked embers alive behind them. Rain hammering the roof. The laptop's dim screen. His hand on her jaw, her fingers gripping the open edges of his flannel. The taste of smoke and adrenaline, and something that felt too much like trust to be safe. He backed her carefully against the stone hearth, not pinning, just giving her something solid behind her. His body stayed angled away from her injured side. Even half lost in the kiss, he remembered. That undid her more than force ever could have. Nora tugged at his flannel. He caught her wrist gently. "Tell me what you want." Her breath shook. "You." His eyes closed. A tremor moved through him, visible because he was trying so hard to contain it. "That's not specific enough," he said. Of course he would make her say it clearly. Of course this man, who could read a battlefield in the rain, would refuse to translate desire into permission without her voice. Nora lifted her chin. "I want your hands on me. I want to feel something that isn't fear. I want you close. I want to decide how much." Grant's gaze held hers. "You lead, I follow. You don't look like a man who follows." "For this," he said, voice rough, "I do." She believed him. Nora took his hand and placed it over her ribs, above the bandage, where her heart beat too fast beneath damp fabric. "Here," she said. His palms spread over her, warm and steady. "Okay." "Yes." His hand moved slowly, tracing the shape of her through her shirt, never dropping lower than she guided, never taking more than she gave. The touch was not explicit at first. It was worse, more intimate. The measured discovery of her breathing, the shiver that crossed her skin, the exact places fear had made her body rigid and want softened it again. Nora slid, both hands up his chest. Scars interrupted every inch of him. Raised lines, smooth burns, old punctures, one brutal seam beneath his ribs. She touched them the way he had touched her wound, with permission, with care, with the knowledge that skin remembered what the mind tried to bury. "Is this okay?" she asked. Grant's throat worked. "Yes." "Mort." His laugh came out almost pained. "Nora, answer me." The command surprised them both. Then something in his eyes changed. Not dominance, recognition. He liked that she asked. Liked that she did not let him hide behind restraint until restraint became another wall. "Yes," he said, "more." She pushed the flannel off his shoulders. He let it fall. The sight of him struck her silent. Grant Hale was not beautiful in any polished way. He was built from survival, marked by violence, held together by discipline that looked carved into him. But the firelight made bronze of his skin and shadow of every scar, and Nora wanted with a force so clean it frightened her. He watched her watching. No arrogance, no performance. Only a terrible vulnerability beneath the muscle and damage. "Still," he asked. Nora understood what he meant. "Still want this? Still choose me? Still?" She pressed her mouth to the scar across his shoulder. Grant's breath broke. "Yes," she said against his skin. "Still." His hands closed carefully around her waist, avoiding the bandage, and he kissed her like the word had cut something loose in him. The kiss turned deeper, hungrier, a dark, consuming thing that pulled heat low in Nora's body and made the storm outside seem distant for the first time all night. He lifted her only after she nodded, just enough to set her on the wide stone ledge beside the fireplace, keeping pressure off her injured side. His body stood between her knees, close, but waiting, always waiting for the next yes. Nora wrapped her legs loosely around him, then stopped when pain tugged at her ribs. Grant felt it instantly. "Stop." "No, adjust." He did, shifting his stance, bracing one hand behind her back, giving her control of. The angle until the pain faded and the heat returned. "Better?" he asked. "Yes." His mouth found her throat. Nora's head fell back against the stone. Every touch stayed within the boundaries she named, and somehow that made the hunger sharper. His teeth grazed the side of her neck, not biting, just enough to ask a question with pressure. She answered by pulling him closer. Grant groaned low against her skin. The sound moved through her like a struck match. There was something primal in him, something leashed and pacing beneath every careful motion. Nora felt it in the way his hands flexed, but did not grip too hard, in the way he breathed like restraint had become physical pain, in the way his body seemed to want to lock around hers and shield her from the whole world. Not ownership, not control, a bond forming under fire, feral and impossible, made of choice after choice after choice. "You feel it too," she whispered. Grant went still against her throat. "What?" This, her fingers tightened at the back of his neck. "Like if I let go, something will tear." His forehead came to rest against her collarbone. For a moment, he didn't answer. When he did, his voice was nearly unrecognizable. "I've felt it since you told me no, and expected me to listen." The admission slid under her skin. Nora turned her face into his hair. "That was when. When I took your gun. That was 10 minutes after I broke into your house." 8. A laugh escaped her, unsteady and real. Grant lifted his head. The way he looked at her then was more dangerous than the men outside. Not because it threatened harm, because it threatened change. Because if he looked at her like that for long enough, Nora might start believing survival wasn't the only thing they could have. The laptop beeped. Both of them froze. Grant stepped back immediately, hands leaving her like she had commanded it. Nora nearly protested. Then the screen flashed red. Partition unlocked. Mercer key required. Grant's breathing was still rough as he crossed to the laptop. Nora slid down from the hearth, legs unsteady for reasons that had nothing to do with blood loss. "What did we do?" she asked. Daniel's video must have triggered the next layer. The prompt blinked. "Enter Mercer key." Nora stared. What did Evan say on the last clean recording? Grant's face closed. "You know," she said, "I remember the recording work buried." "What did he say?" Grant looked toward the broken window, toward the storm and the men beyond it. Then he looked back at the photograph still tucked inside the open safe. His voice dropped. He said, "Tell Danny I kept the light on." Nora's chest hurt. "Danny. Daniel." Grant typed the phrase. "Tell Deanne why I kept the light on." "Denied." He tried again without spaces. "Denied." The laptop flashed. One attempt remaining. Nora moved beside him, thinking through grief, through fear, through the way Daniel had looked in that video. He had not said the key was what Evan said. He said it was what Evan said on the last clean recording before work cut the feed. Clean recording. Before the cut. Before the edited file. The original comms, she said. Daniel would use the exact transcript, not the memory. Grant shook his head. The original file is gone. "No, it's on the drive." Nora leaned over the screen. "Search local transcripts for Evan Mercer." Grant's fingers moved. A folder opened. Audio transcript, last clean segment. Grant read the line aloud, and his voice broke almost imperceptibly. "Tell Danny I kept the light on." Nora pointed. There, ellipsis, punctuation matters. Grant typed it exactly. "Tell Deanne why I kept the light on." The laptop unlocked. A cascade of files appeared. Not dozens. Hundreds. Names, dates, payments, blackmail archives, strike approvals, kill authorizations. Then one file pushed itself to the top. Hail Grant, recovery order. Grant clicked it. A document opened with Rourke's digital signature at the bottom. Subject Grant Hale. Status active. Asset classification, rogue recoverable. Primary leverage options. Guilt conditioning, Mercer file, civilian lure. Current lure, Nora Ash. Engagement order, recover Hale alive if feasible. Terminate Ash after transfer of data. Nora read the last line twice before it made sense. Terminate Ash. Grant's face became a thing made of silence. She knew before he spoke what had changed. Not fear. Not rage. Decision. "They never needed me alive after I reached you," she said. "No." Her mouth went dry. "I was bait, then loose end." Grant closed the laptop with lethal care. The fire popped behind them, casting light over his scars, the blood on his cheek, the hard line of his mouth. Outside, Rourke's voice came again, closer now. "Sergeant Hale, time is up." Grant picked up his rifle. Nora reached for the pistol. He looked at her, and this time there was no argument in his eyes. No attempt to send her away. No martyrdom wrapped in strategy. Only a vow so dark and steady it rooted straight into he. Our bones. He doesn't get you, Grant said. Nora checked the safety, remembered this time, and clicked it off. Then let's make sure he knows that. Chapter 4. You don't get to leave me. Grant Hale had once been trained to reduce a crisis to 3 essentials: threat, terrain, objective. The threat was Colonel Maddox's work, and the 4 remaining men cutting their way through the storm toward the cabin. The terrain was a compromised stronghold with a breached front window, damaged shutters, a hole in the roof, 1 tunnel that might already be watched, and a forest full of men who knew his old habits because Rourke had helped build them. The objective should have been simple: get Nora Ashe out alive. Instead, she stood beside him with blood drying beneath her jacket, rain shining in her dark hair, a pistol held properly in both hands, and the kind of fury in her eyes that made men mistake survival for permission to keep pushing her. Grant did not make that mistake. He knew exactly how dangerous she was becoming. Not with the gun, not yet. She was brave, not trained. Determined, not ready. No, Nora Ashe was dangerous because she made him hesitate. Because when Rourke's kill order had appeared on the laptop, Grant's first instinct had not been tactical. It had been primitive enough to shame him. A savage, bone-deep command that had ripped through every discipline he had left. Mine to protect. Not mine, never mine. He corrected the thought hard enough to hurt. Nora was not a thing to be claimed. Not an asset, not a lure, not a witness, not another civilian caught in the machinery of men who thought consequences were for other people. She was a woman who had been profiled, manipulated, hunted, injured, and still had enough fire left to stand beside him instead of behind him. That meant his job was not to own her fear. It was to give her every possible way through it. He doesn't get you, Grant said again, quieter this time. Nora clicked the safety off with her thumb. Good. Then what's the plan? Outside, Rourke's voice drifted through the rain, close enough now that the amplification gave it a ghostly intimacy. You can still end this cleanly, Hale. Send her out with the drive. I'll let you keep the fiction that you did everything you could. Grant's fingers tightened around the rifle. Nora noticed. Of course she did. She had begun watching him the way he watched doors and windows, reading weakness as carefully as threat. Don't answer him, she said. Grant looked at her. He wants your voice, she said. He wants to know how badly he got under your skin. He already knows. Then don't give him the satisfaction of hearing it. The corner of Grant's mouth almost moved. You giving tactical advice now. I've been hunted for several hours and kissed under active siege. I'm diversifying. There it was again. That reckless mouth. That bright spark under terror. Nora didn't seem to know what it did to him, or maybe she did and used it like another weapon. The kiss burned between them, unfinished and alive. Her consent had been clear. Her choice had been his only permission. And still, guilt had threaded through every second because Grant knew what adrenaline did to the body. He knew what fear could masquerade as. He knew how easy it would be for a man like him to take one offered inch and tell himself it was enough. He would not be Rourke in another shape. He would not make Nora survive him too. The damaged radio on the table spat static, then died completely. Rourke had either switched channels or decided silence would press harder. Grant preferred silence. It left room to think. He crossed to the laptop, opened it, and began copying the unlocked partition onto one of the sealed drives from the safe. Nora followed, but kept her distance from the broken window. "Can we send it out from here?" "No. Rourke is jamming most civilian bands, and anything strong enough to punch through will give him our exact internal position." "He doesn't already know." "He knows the cabin. Not every room, not every heat pocket, not every false wall. You say that like you built this place to survive the end of the world." "I built it because I thought the world had already ended." The words came out before he could cut them off. Nora went still. Grant kept his eyes on the transfer bar. 21%. Too slow. Behind him, her voice softened. "When?" "After San Cordova." "That was when you came here." "Yes." "Alone." "Yes." Silence. He could feel the next question. It gathered in the room like pressure before lightning. He almost told her not to ask, but that would only prove how badly he needed her to. Nora asked anyway. "Did you want to die?" Grant stopped typing. The cabin held the question with cruel precision. Rain tapped through the roof hole into the spreading puddle. Wind pushed smoke sideways along the floor. Outside, men adjusted their weapons and waited for Rourke to let them come in. "Yes," Grant said. One word, clean. Not dramatic, not for pity, just a fact stripped of blood and decoration. Nora's breath changed behind him. He forced himself to continue working. Not tonight, not actively, but then, yes. "Why didn't you?" "Because Evan Mercer had died, saving children. Because the dead did not get justice from a bullet in his own mouth. Because Rourke had wanted him broken, and Grant had been too angry to give the bastard a neat ending. Because every time he thought of stopping, he heard Evan's voice in the cut comms, telling Daniel he kept the light on. Grant inserted a second drive and started another copy. Because I still had work to do. That sounds lonely. It was supposed to be. Punishment. He looked at her then. She stood near the hearth, half in firelight, half in shadow, pale from blood loss but unbowed. Her pistol hung at her side now, pointed safely toward the floor. She had not touched him, not crowded him, not tried to pry softness from him with her hands. She simply stood there and made the truth unavoidable. Grant hated her for that. No, he wanted to hate her for that. "It was containment," he said. "I was trained wrong, used wrong. I trusted the wrong man and people died. Out here, nobody else had to pay for that." Nora's eyes sharpened. "Except you." "I earned it." "No." He looked back at the laptop. "Not your call." "Apparently it is, since your entire strategy tonight involves you dying nobly, while I crawl out through a tunnel." "I didn't say nobly." "That's the part you object to." The transfer reached 46%. Grant unplugged the rifle sling from a chair back and secured it across his chest. "The tunnel is still our best option if the perimeter opens." "Our best option." "Your best option." There. The words landed exactly as badly as he knew they would. Nora's expression changed. Not anger first, hurt first, then anger came to protect it. "No, Nora. No, you do not get to make that face and use that voice like you're being reasonable." "I am being reasonable." "You're being a martyr with better posture." The accuracy almost made him smile. "Almost." Grant moved to the safe and pulled out a folded map of the mountain. He spread it on the table, weighting the corners with a magazine, a flashlight, and the Faraday case. There's an exit point east of here near the old logging road. If the tunnel isn't compromised, you can make it to a culvert. Follow the creek bed south. There's an emergency cache under a split cedar marked with blue tape. Inside, cash, clothes, keys to a truck at the ranger station. Nora stared at him. How long have you had that memorized? Years. For yourself. For whoever needed to get away from me. Her mouth parted. Grant wished the sentence back. Too late. It sat between them, ugly and true. He pointed to the map. You take the drive. You take the burner. Once you clear the ridge, call the number Daniel embedded in the contact file. The federal agent's name is Marisol Vance. She worked internal oversight before she got forced into early retirement. If Daniel trusted anyone, it was likely her. And what will you be doing? Buying time. Say it plainly. Nora. Say it plainly, Grant. The transfer bar reached 62%. He should not look at her. He did. She had moved closer, her whole body drawn tight with fury. Not helpless fury. Not the wild, panicked thing civilians sometimes mistook for courage. This was cleaner, focused, personal. He had made her feel abandoned. That realization struck deeper than he expected. I'll draw them away, he said. To where? North Ridge, where the thermal scope came from. Yes. And Rourke. He'll follow me if he thinks I have the drive. Does he think that? He will when I make him think it. Nora laughed once, short and disbelieving. You're going to take a decoy drive, run into the woods, and hope he chases you instead of me. No. I'm not hoping. Her eyes flashed. You arrogant son of a bitch. That's fair. No, that is not fair. Fair would be both of us making a plan. Fair would be using the evidence Daniel died for without turning yourself into a distraction with a pulse. Fair would be you understanding that I am standing right here. The last words cracked. Grant felt them like a shot to the ribs. He lowered his voice. I see you. No, you don't. She stepped closer. You see a wound, a target, a civilian, a woman you kissed and now regret wanting because it makes your sacrifice messy. His jaw clenched. She had him there too. I don't regret wanting you, he said. The confession changed the room. Nora went still. Grant wished again for silence, for discipline, for the cold, clean structure of threat, terrain, objective. But Nora was not terrain. Nora was standing in front of him, breathing hard, eyes bright with fear and anger, and something else he had no right to name. I regret the timing, he said. I regret the blood. I regret that the first time I touched you, men were outside tryin'. To kill you. I regret that a part of me wanted to keep touching you anyway. But wanting you, his voice dropped. No, I don't regret that. Her throat moved. The transfer bar reached 73%. Outside, metal scraped against the porch. Grant's attention cut toward the sound. Nora grabbed his wrist. He looked down at her hand. Then at her. I am not done, she said. That sound means they're staging a second breach. Then talk faster. Nora, you don't get to leave me to save me. The words hit exactly where she aimed them. Not the soldier, not the weapon, not graveyard. The man. Grant went very still. Nora's grip tightened, not enough to hold him if he chose to move, but enough to make the choice visible. That was her power. She did not overpower. She revealed. You heard Daniel, she said. Let her choose. That was his last request to you, and you are already trying to break it. Grant's chest turned hollow. Daniel Mercer's recorded face flashed in his mind. Pale, frightened, resolved. Let her choose. Nora stepped closer. I choose not to run while you use yourself as bait. You may not get another choice. Then stop wasting this one. He looked at her hand on his wrist, at the blood dried under her sleeve, at the stubborn set of her mouth. She was 29 years old, brilliant enough to follow a data trail Daniel thought could bring down monsters, brave enough to kick in a stranger's door instead of die in the mud, furious enough to stand in the ruins of his cabin and demand he treat her like a person instead of a package to deliver. He had thought protecting her meant removing her from danger. But Nora had not asked for removal. She had asked for agency. Grant forced air into his lungs. All right. Her eyes narrowed. All right. You choose. Don't say it like a punishment. It is. It sounds like one. It feels like fear, he said. That stopped her. He hadn't meant to say it. He kept doing that around her, bleeding truths faster than he could bandage them. Nora's face changed. The anger did not disappear, but it opened around something softer. Grant hated that softness more than the anger. Anger he understood. Anger had structure. Softness got people killed. You're afraid? She asked. Yes. Of Rourke? No. Of dying? No. Then what? He looked at her until the answer became impossible to hide from either of them. You. Nora's fingers loosened on his wrist. Grant made himself continue. He had survived interrogations, torture training, battlefield triage. None of it had required the courage of this. I know how to lose men, he said. I know how to carry guilt. I know how to put my body between a bullet and a door. I do not know how to want you alive and beside me, and still think clearly when every instinct I have says to lock you away from danger, even if you hate me for it. Nora's eyes shone. You don't get to lock me away either, she said. I know. Do you? He took a breath, then nodded. Yes. A tremor moved through her, small but visible. She released his wrist, but she didn't step back. The transfer reached 100%. The laptop chimed softly. Grant turned, ejected the first drive, then the second, and placed one in Nora's hand. This one is real, he said. Full copy. Encrypted behind the Mercer key. The other is a partial copy with enough metadata to look convincing if Rourke scans it fast. The decoy. Yes. What's the new plan? We use his fixation against him. On you. On control. Her gaze sharpened. Grant pointed to the map, this time not at the tunnel, but at a clearing beyond the logging road. Abandoned airfield, 6 miles east, old county strip, used by smugglers in the 90s, then seized and forgotten. Rourke knows it. We used it once as a rendezvous point during a domestic training cycle. That sounds inviting. It has an old radio tower. Functional. With work, you can broadcast from there. If I can get power to the uplink and route through Vance's emergency channel, yes. If it's old infrastructure in a storm, there will be variables. That's one way to say disaster. Grant slid the decoy drive into the Faraday case and tucked it into his vest. Rourke won't expect us to move toward open ground. He'll expect the tunnel, the creek, or a vehicle grab. So we go somewhere with fewer trees and more ways to shoot us. We go somewhere with sightlines, fuel storage, a control office with hardline radio equipment, and enough space for federal agents to land if Vance brings air support. Nora stared at the map. He could see her mind working past pain and fear, assembling the logic. She was quick, too quick for him to comfort with lies. "We need Rourke to confess," she said. "Yes. The drive isn't enough. It is enough to investigate. Maybe enough to indict, if it survives chain of custody. Not enough to stop him tonight if his people inside the system move first. But if he admits operational command live, then Vance has probable cause, leverage, and public exposure before Rourke's network can bury it." Nora looked up. "You said public." Grant's mouth flattened. "Federal channels can be smothered. Public mirror feeds are harder. You want to live stream him. Daniel built Dead Man roots into the partition. I can repurpose them." Nora looked at him with something like grim admiration. "Your paranoia really is impressive. It has occasional utility." The porch creaked. Grant lifted a hand for silence. This time the sound came from 2 points: front porch and west wall. Coordinated, not a full breach yet. Pressure. They were testing which direction Grant would defend hardest. Rourke was patient when he had leverage. Grant had no intention of letting him keep it. He crossed to the bound attacker, checked his pulse again, then dragged him behind the heavy oak table. Nora watched without pity. Grant did not judge her for it. Pity was expensive. Tonight, she needed to spend carefully. "What about him?" she asked. "He lives if his friends don't shoot through him." "You're not taking him with us." "No." "Could he tell them where we went?" "Eventually, not quickly." Grant cut a strip from the man's own shirt and gagged him, then secured his ankles to the iron base of the wood stove. The man stirred once, eyes unfocused. Grant leaned close. "You hear me?" The man blinked. "Tell Rourke I'm coming for him." Fear flashed in the man's eyes before he could hide it. "Good." Grant stood. Nora was watching him. "What?" "You didn't ask him to tell Rourke we're running." "No." "You want Rourke angry." "I want him emotional." "Does he get emotional?" Grant checked the rifle. "Only when something he owns disobeys." Nora absorbed that, then said, "You were his." The words should have scraped. They did. Grant didn't deny them. "Once. And he thinks you still are." "Yes." "Then we make him prove it." Grant looked at her. The shift in Nora was subtle but complete. She was still pale, still wounded, still terrified. But she had moved past being chased. A hunted thing ran until it dropped. Nora had stopped running in the place where most people would have shattered. Now she wanted a trap. He felt the pull again. That dark, body-deep recognition that had made kissing her feel less like impulse and more like gravity. He had called it adrenaline in his head because he understood adrenaline. But this was not fading. It was getting worse, stronger. A tether tightening every time she chose to stand. Nora looked away first this time. Color touched her cheeks despite the cold. Good, so she felt it too. Bad, so she felt it too. Grant slung a pack over one shoulder and shoved the reel drive deeper into her jacket pocket, then zipped it closed himself. He did it slowly, waiting for any sign she objected to his hands near her body. She didn't. Instead, she watched his fingers. The air warmed between them. impossible and inconvenient and alive. Grant finished with the zipper and stepped back. Nora caught the edge of his vest. One more thing. Fast. If we make it out of this cabin, and you try to hand me off to Agent Vance like evidence, I will shoot you somewhere non-fatal. His mouth twitched. You're getting confident with that pistol. I learned from a grumpy professional. Non-fatal is harder than it sounds. Then don't make me improvise. He looked down at her hand on his vest. She released him quickly, as if remembering herself. Grant caught her fingers before they fell away. Nora's breath hitched. He held her hand palm up between them. Her skin was cold. Dirt and dried blood marked her knuckles. Her pulse beat fast beneath his thumb. This isn't me handing you off, he said. This is me making sure you have more options than me. I didn't ask for more options. You should have them anyway. That almost sounds healthy. Don't spread rumors. She exhaled something close to a laugh. The sound moved through him with dangerous force. Grant lifted her hand, stopped, looked at her. Is this okay? Her gaze dropped to his mouth, then back up. Yes. He pressed his lips to her knuckles. Not a kiss meant to seduce. Not exactly. It was too solemn for that, too hungry beneath the restraint, too much like an oath he had no right to make. Nora's eyes darkened. Grant. He released her before want could become stupidity. Basement, he said. The moment shattered, but not completely. It stayed under his skin as he led her to the pantry, shoved the shelving unit aside, and opened the tunnel hatch. Cold air breathed up from below. Nora looked down. That is extremely dark. Yes. I hate it. That's reasonable. Anything living down there. Rats, maybe snakes. She looked at him. Joke, he said. Your delivery needs work. Been told. The front wall shook with another impact. Wood cracked. Now, Grant said. Nora took the ladder first, moving slower than he liked, but faster than he expected with her injury. He kept one hand above her without touchin'. G ready to catch if she slipped. The moment her boots hit the bottom, she whispered up, clear. Grant set the first of 3 charges near the pantry threshold, low enough to collapse the entrance without taking the whole cabin. He hated destroying the place, then hated that he hated it. A cabin was wood and stone. Nora was flesh and breath and fury below him in the dark. Objective. He descended, pulled the hatch shut, and triggered the interior lock. The tunnel swallowed them. The darkness was complete until he snapped on a red-filtered light. Narrow stone walls appeared, damp and close, timber supports running overhead at uneven intervals. The air smelled of wet earth, rust, and old mineral dust. Nora's breathing sharpened. Claustrophobic, he asked. Not usually. Tonight the mountain is trying to eat me. Fair. Grant handed her a small earpiece. Put this in. What is it? Short-range comm. Encrypted. Works underground for maybe 400 feet. Why do I need it if you're right beside me? In case I'm not. She didn't take it. He held her gaze. That wasn't martyrdom, he said. That was preparation. You understand why I struggle to tell the difference. Yes. She took the earpiece and put it in. Grant adjusted the volume on his own. Say something. I still think your plan is insane. Audio clear. Selective hearing too. Good to know. He led the way, rifle angled down, one hand skimming the stone wall. Nora followed close enough that he could feel her presence without turning. He hated the tunnel with her in it. Too narrow, too few angles, too easy for panic to become a second enemy. Above them, the cabin boomed. Dust sifted from the beams. Nora flinched but kept moving. Grant paused. Good. Define good. Can you continue? Yes. Then good enough. They moved deeper. After 30 yards, the tunnel split. Nora stopped. You didn't mention a fork. Old mining branch. Left is collapsed after 50 feet. Right goes east. And if they know that, they may set an intercept at the exit. Comforting. I won't lie to you. I noticed it's irritating. Grant took the right branch. The ceiling dipped lower, forcing him to duck. Nora's shoulder brushed his back once, then again. Each accidental touch registered with humiliating precision. Her breath, her warmth, the scent of smoke in her hair. He tightened his grip on the rifle. Not now. Behind them, a distant blast rolled through the tunnel. Nora stumbled into him. Grant caught her with one arm around her waist before thought. She hissed in pain. He released immediately. Wound. Pulled. I'm okay. That didn't sound okay. It sounded like pain. I can have pain and still be okay. He turned, red light catching her face. She was too pale. Nora, don't look at me like that. Like what? Like you're measuring whether I can keep up. I am measuring whether you can keep up. Then stop. No. Her eyes flashed. Grant, if you start going into shock, if blood loss worsens, if pain changes how you move, I need to know before it kills you. I'm not a liability. I didn't say you were. You keep looking at me like one. I keep looking at you like I need you alive. The words left him harsh and low, and the tunnel seemed to catch them, pressing them back from every wet stone surface. Nora stopped breathing for half a second. Grant could not take them back. He didn't want to. The blast behind them was followed by shouts, faint but real. Rourke's men had breached the cabin. Grant checked his watch. We move. This time, Nora did not argue. They pushed through the tunnel until the air began to change. Colder, fresher. The exit was close. Grant killed the red light and raised one fist. Nora stopped behind him. He listened. Above and ahead, rain, wind, no voices. No footsteps, no metal shifting against stone, but silence could be manufactured. He eased the tunnel door, open a fraction. A slice of night appeared, wet ferns, black cedar trunks, no movement. Thermal would be useless through the old iron door. He had to trust sound and instinct, both of which Rourke had once trained. Grant opened the door another inch. A thin tripwire gleamed in the lightning. He froze. Nora whispered through the comm, What? Trap. How bad? Claymore. She went silent. Good, she understood enough. Grant studied the wire. The mine had been positioned outside the exit, angled inward. If they pushed the door fully open, the blast would cut through the tunnel mouth and turn both of them into meat. Rourke had known. Not guessed, known. That meant the cabin was no longer a fortress. It was a memory Rourke had mapped. Grant's pulse slowed. He could disarm it. Maybe. In darkness, in rain, with Nora wounded behind him and Rourke's men entering the tunnel from the cabin side. The odds were ugly. What do we do? Nora asked. He didn't answer immediately. Grant. He reached into his vest and removed a compact cutting tool. I disarm it. How long? Woe minutes. And how long until they reach us? Less. That math seems poor. It's the math we have. A faint sound echoed behind them. Metal on stone. Nora heard it too. Her breath sharpened in his ear. Grant turned back to her. There's an alcove 20 feet behind us. Get in it. No. He didn't have time for this. Nora. No, what is your actual plan? I disarm the mine. And if they come up behind you, I stop them while disarming a mine. Yes. She stared at him in the dark, visible only as the faint outline of her face, when lightning flashed through the narrow opening. Then she stepped closer. Teach me. No. Grant. No. Teach me where to point the gun. Teach me what I'm listening for. Teach me how to buy you 2 minutes. The sound behind them came again. Closer. Grant's mind split into calculations. Distance, angles, Nora's steadiness, her wound, the number of rounds in the pistol, the tunnel width, the fact that Rourke's men would expect Grant in front, not a civilian with a clean shot down a narrow channel. He hated the answer, but she had chosen, and he had said yes. Grant grabbed her shoulders, then stopped himself, loosening his grip instantly. Okay. Yes, she said. He kept his hands there only because she allowed it, grounding her in the dark. You go to the bend, kneel on your right knee. Brace your shooting hand against the wall, left hand locked over right. Don't chase targets. Let them come into the line. Aim center mass. If you see a light, don't stare into it. Look below it. Fire 2 shots, then shift left. Understand? Yes. If they call your name, ignore it. If they use Daniel's voice from a recording, ignore it. If they sound hurt, ignore it. Rourke uses mercy like a hook. Her throat moved. Okay. If I tell you down, you drop flat. Okay. If you need me to stop, if you need out, if you can't hold, I'll say it. This isn't pride, Nora. I know. He looked at her in the dark and felt the tether pull so hard it almost stole his breath. She was scared. She was staying. Grant wanted to kiss her. He wanted to drag her back into the cabin and set the whole mountain on fire around them. He wanted time, a bed, a door that locked because they chose privacy, not survival. He wanted to learn the exact sound she made when pleasure took the place of fear. He wanted to make her safe enough to be soft and wild enough to demand more. The wanting was a wound. He touched her cheek with the backs of his fingers. One brief contact. You're doing well, he said. Her eyes shone in the dark. So are you. The words hit harder than any praise, had a right to. Then she moved past him toward the bend. Grant turned back to the mine. The tripwire was simple, too simple. That meant the sophistication was in the secondary trigger. Rourke always layered traps, one obvious mechanism to reward confidence, one hidden mechanism to punish it. Grant eased the door wider with a boot, careful not to touch the wire. Rain sprayed his face. He located the mine casing tucked beneath a fern, angled on a wooden stake. Old military hardware, illegally retained, lovingly maintained. Rourke's nostalgia had always been lethal. Behind him, Nora's voice came through the calm, low and controlled. Movement. How many? 1 light, maybe 2 behind. Hold. Grant clipped the first wire, then paused. No detonation. Good. Too easy. He ran his fingers along the casing and found the pressure release beneath the mounting bracket. There you are. Nora fired. 2 shots, deafening in the tunnel. A man shouted. Grant forced himself not to turn. Nora, I'm okay. Hit. I don't know. You. No, I'm okay. He resumed work, cutting the secondary wire, then bracing the pressure plate with a wedge from his kit. Another shot rang from behind them, not Nora's pistol. A round sparked against stone. Nora sucked in a breath. Grant's heart tried to leave his chest. Down, he snapped. She dropped. He heard the thud of her body against the tunnel floor. A second round cracked overhead and ricocheted down the passage. Grant removed the detonator. The mine went dead in his hands. He shoved the door open and ripped the device from its mount. Nora, move. She scrambled back toward him. A tactical light flashed around the bend behind her. Grant threw the disarmed mine into the tunnel like a brick. It struck the first man hard enough to make him stumble. Grant fired once past Nora's shoulder, clean and controlled. The light vanished. Out, he said. Nora ran through the exit into the storm. Grant followed, yanking the door shut behind him, then wedging it with an iron pin. It wouldn't hold long. It didn't need to. The forest swallowed them. Rain hit Grant's face, cold and hard. The world outside the tunnel was a chaos of black trunks, slick rocks, and moving shadow. He caught Nora's hand before she slipped down the muddy slope. She did not pull away. They ran. Not fast enough, not cleanly. Nora's injury slowed her, though SH. E fought to hide it. Grant adjusted without comment, taking more of the pack weight, choosing terrain with fewer roots, angling them away from the expected creek path, and toward the old deer trail that would eventually connect with the logging road. Behind them, a muffled blast shook the mountain. The tunnel door. Rourke's men had forced it. Nora looked back. Don't, Grant said. I wasn't stopping. Good. They pushed through the trees until the cabin was gone behind them, and the storm became the only roof. Twice Grant stopped them beneath dense cover while drones passed overhead, their small rotors nearly hidden under thunder. Twice Nora pressed close to him without complaint, her breath warm against his neck, her body trembling from cold and exertion. The third time, she stumbled and did not recover. Grant caught her before she hit the ground. Damn it, she whispered, furious. Sit. No. Nora. I can keep going. You will keep going after I check the wound. We don't have time. We have less if you bleed out. She glared at him, then sat on a wet fallen log, with a wince she could not hide. Grant crouched in front of her and opened her jacket. Permission. Her expression softened despite the pain. Yes. He lifted the edge of her shirt, just enough to inspect the bandage. Blood had soaked through, but not flooded. The wound had reopened at one edge. Bad, she asked. Manageable. Your face says otherwise. My face is an unreliable narrator. That might be the most charming thing you've said. He pressed fresh gauze over the wound. This will hurt. Everything hurts. More. Do it. He applied pressure. Nora hissed and grabbed his shoulder again, fingers digging into muscle. Grant let her use him. He wanted to offer comfort, But every word he had felt too small or too dangerous, so he gave her stillness instead. She breathed through it, forehead bowed. "You're angry," she said. "Yes." "At me?" "No." "At yourself?" "Yes." "Because I got hurt. Because you were hurt before you reached me, and I still failed to keep it from getting worse." Her head lifted. Even in the storm dark, her stare found him. "You are not responsible for every drop of blood in the world. No, just the ones I could have prevented. That is not as different as you think." He taped the gauze down harder than necessary, then caught himself and softened his hands. Nora noticed. She always noticed. "Grant." "No, I didn't ask anything yet." "You were about to." "Fine, I'll say something instead." Her hand moved from his shoulder to the side of his neck, cold fingers against overheated skin. "I am still here." Grant closed his eyes. He should not lean into the touch. He did. Barely. "Enough." "I know," he said. "No, I need you to hear me. I am still here, not because you failed, because I chose to be, because Daniel chose me, because Rourke chose wrong, because you opened the door and handed me a gun and listened when I said no." His eyes opened. Rain ran down her face like tears, though her eyes were dry now. Focused, fierce. "I don't want to be another ghost you carry," she said. "So stop treating me like I'm already haunting you." The sentence went through him and left nothing untouched. Grant had no defense against it. He gripped the edge of the log on either side of her thighs, not touching her, caging nothing, just holding himself in place, because the need to move toward her was too strong. "I don't know how," he admitted. Nora's face changed. Not triumph, not pity. Recognition. Then learned. The simplicity of it almost broke him. Learned. As if he were not too old, too ruined, too shaped by men who had turned loyalty into a weapon. As if there were still room in him for anything new. Nora's thumb moved once along his neck. "Start now," she said. "How?" "Don't decide for me." He nodded once. "Don't punish yourself with my choices." Another nod, harder. "And don't kiss me like it's the last human thing you're allowed to want. Then pretend the wanting doesn't matter." His breath left him. "Nora." "Is this a bad time?" she asked. He almost laughed. It came out rougher than that, historically. "Do you want to?" "Yes." "Then ask me." The storm moved around them. Men hunted them. The drive in her jacket contained enough evidence to burn a shadow empire to the ground, and they were wasting seconds they did not have. No, not wasting. Choosing. Grant lifted one hand to her face, stopped before contact. "Can I kiss you?" "Yes." He kissed her in the rain. Not like in the cabin. That had been firelight and grief, a choice made in the ruins of shock. This was colder, clearer, no less hungry. Nora knew the danger, knew the truth, knew the blood on his name and the trap waiting ahead, and still she opened her mouth beneath his as if desire could be defiance. Grant kept one hand at her jaw, the other braced on the log. Nora's fingers slid into his wet hair and pulled him closer with a soft, frustrated sound that made his control fracked. "You're..." He broke away first, breathing hard. "More." Her answer came against his mouth. "Yes." He kissed her again, deeper, letting heat rise, but not run loose. Her body arched carefully toward his, checked by the wound. He felt the moment pain cut through want and pulled back instantly. Stop. No, just slower. He obeyed. The word obeyed would have once made him bristle. Now it felt like relief, a direct order he wanted to follow, a boundary he could honor without guessing. Nora rested her forehead against his. This thing between us is insane. Yes, it feels. I know. Like a tether. His hand tightened slightly at her jaw. Yes. Like if we had more time, it would become something dangerous. Grant looked at her mouth. It's already dangerous. Not because of work. No. Her eyes searched his. Do you believe in things like that? Primal bonds. Two people locking onto each other under pressure and not being able to cut loose. No. Liars. He huffed a breath. I believe the body knows threat before the mind does. I believe trauma can mimic attachment. I believe adrenaline lies. And this. He could have lied. She would have known. This feels older than adrenaline. Her lips parted. Grant stood before he forgot the storm, the men, the blood, and all the ways wanting could turn selfish if he let it. He offered his hand. Nora took it. No more argument, not then. They moved again. The forest thinned after another half-mile, giving way to the overgrown logging road. Mud sucked at their boots. Twice Grant heard movement behind them and shifted course. Once a flare went up far to the west, painting the storm red for a few seconds. Rourke wanted them to see it, wanted them to know he had men spread wide. Nora watched the flare burn out. He's hurting us. Yes. To where? Where he thinks we'll go. The creek. Probably. But we're going to the airfield. Yes. How far? 4 miles. She made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost despair. I hate cardio. I'll file a complaint. Make it strongly worded. They reached the first cache 20 minutes later, hidden beneath the split cedar. Grant pulled the camouflaged panel free and removed a waterproof case. Inside were dry thermal layers, ammunition, 2 protein bars, a compact field radio, road flares, and a set of keys. Nora leaned against the tree, breathing hard. Please tell me the keys are for a vehicle closer than 4 miles. ATV. Her eyes closed. I take back one terrible thing I thought about you. Only one. I'm injured, don't get greedy. The ATV was hidden beneath a brush tarp 200 yards south, still where Grant had left it 2 years ago. The engine took 3 attempts and 1 whispered threat before it turned over. Nora climbed on behind him, wrapping one arm around his waist. Grant went very still. She noticed against his back, okay. He stared into the rain-dark road ahead. Yes, because this is practical. Yes, my arm is here because I don't want to fall off. I know, and maybe because you're warm. His mouth tightened. Nora. What? I'm making informed choices. The ATV lurched forward before he could answer. They rode without headlights, Grant using the faint gray of the road and memory to guide them. Rain needled his face. Nora's body pressed to his back, her grip strong despite exhaustion. Every jolt made her breath catch, and every time, Grant slowed until she tapped once against his abdomen. Keep going. He did. The airfield appeared through the storm like the skeleton of some forgotten animal. A long, cracked runway cut through the pines, weeds punching up through the asphalt. At one end stood a sagging hangar and a small control office, with half its windows boarded. Beyond it, the radio tower rose against the bruised sky, rusted red lights dead along its spine. Nora slid off the ATV and stared. This place looks like where Hope goes to get murdered. It has a generator. It could have led with that. Grant killed the engine near the tree line, then rolled the ATV under cover. We go on foot from here. Do we know Rourke isn't already here? No. Excellent. He caught her before she could step past him. Listen. Nora stopped. The airfield was not silent. Rain ticked on metal. Wind moved through the hangar gaps. A loose chain clanged somewhere in the dark, but beneath it all came another sound. A low engine. Distant. Approaching from the west road. Nora whispered, "That him." Likely. He beat us here. No, he guessed the destination once he realized we weren't at the creek. That's very annoying. He trained me. You're also annoying. Focus. I am focused. I can be annoyed and focused. Grant led her toward the control office, moving from cover to cover. The door was chained but rusted. He cut through it with bolt cutters from the cache and eased them inside. The office smelled of mildew, old paper, and mouse droppings. A cracked counter divided the front room from a narrow back ar. A dead radio console sat beneath a dusty window overlooking the runway. Grant went straight to the generator access panel and opened it. Nora set her pack on the floor and scanned the room with the pistol. Tell me what to do. Windows, stay low. If you see headlights, count vehicles. On it. He worked fast, fingers moving by memory and guesswork through corroded switches and half-stripped wiring. The generator in the utility closet coughed once, then died. Come on, he muttered. Nora's voice came from the front. Headlights. Grant's body went cold. How many? One pair, no, two, maybe three behind. Distance. Half mile, coming slow. Rourke wanted theater. Grant hated him for how well it still worked. The generator coughed again. Nothing. He stripped another wire, rerouted power from the emergency battery, and hit the ignition. The generator roared awake. Lights flickered overhead, then steadied to a sick yellow glow. The radio console hummed weakly. Grant crossed to it and began patching in the field unit. Nora moved beside him. What about the live stream? Need the laptop. She pulled it from the pack and set it on the counter. Her hands were steady now. Too steady. The kind of steadiness that came when fear had nowhere else to go. Grant booted the laptop and connected the drive. Mercer key. Nora typed it herself. Tell Deanne why. I kept the light on. The partition opened. Grant loaded the broadcast script Daniel had embedded, then altered the destination routes with Vance's emergency frequency and 3 public mirrors. Daniel's work was good. Better than Grant expected from a prosecutor operating under surveillance with limited time. The man had known he was going to die and still built a blade from data. Nora watched the upload prepare. How do we get Rourke's confession? Grant glanced toward the runway. The headlights were closer now, cutting white tunnels through the rain. We give him what he wants. You. Yes. And the drive. The decoy. And me. His finger stopped. Nora's eyes narrowed. That wasn't a yes or no question. That was me checking if your martyr infection came back. No, he said, not you. He came because of both of us. If I'm not visible, He may not talk. I don't like it. You don't have to like it. He looked at her. She raised her eyebrows. Damn her. Damn her for listening so well when his own words came back sharpened. Grant breathed through the instinct to refuse. You stay inside the office, visible through the window only after I signal. You do not step outside. Because you're wounded, the office gives you cover, and the broadcast equipment is here. Not because I'm deciding your choices for you. She considered him, then nodded, acceptable. Thank you. That sounded painful for you. It was. The faintest smile touched her mouth. Then headlights washed across the control office windows. Both of them ducked. Vehicles rolled onto the runway. 3 black SUVs. Clean, armored, predictable in the way powerful men often were. Grant checked the rifle, then handed Nora the pistol magazine she needed. If this goes bad, there's a rear exit behind the utility closet. It leads to a drainage ditch. She opened her mouth. He held up a hand. Information, not instruction. She closed it again. Then quietly, good. Rourke's voice came over a loudspeaker from the lead SUV. Hale, I admit, this is sentimental. Grant's face hardened. Nora looked at him. What? This is where he pinned my commendation after my first black operation. Her expression darkened. Then, let's ruin the memory. Grant pressed a key on the laptop. The broadcast armed, but did not start. He moved to the door. Nora caught his hand. Not his wrist this time. His hand. He looked back. She stood close, pale and fierce under the failing yellow light. Don't disappear inside him. Grant understood. Rourke had trained him, named him, buried him, hunted him, called him son with poison in his voice. The old hooks were still there, embedded deep. Nora saw them. Come back to me angry if you have to, she said. Come back bloody. Come back rude and impossible and emotionally constipated. But come back as you. His chest tightened so hard, he almost couldn't breathe. As me? Yes. I'm not sure that's much of an upgrade. It is to me. The words struck clean through him. Grant stepped closer, slow enough to give her time. Can I? Yes. He kissed her once. Brief, hard, controlled only because the alternative would have been taking every fear he had and pouring it into her mouth, until both of them forgot the world outside. Nora kissed him back with the same urgency, then pushed him away first. Go, she whispered, before I change my mind and become unreasonable. You already are. Grant. He left the office before wanting turned him stupid. Rain swallowed him the second he stepped outside. He walked onto the cracked runway with his rifle lowered, but ready. The decoy drive in the Faraday case clipped visibly to his vest. The SUVs idled 50 yards away, headlights blasting across him. Doors opened. Men got out first. 4 of them. Then Colonel Maddox Rourke stepped into the rain. He looked almost exactly as Nora had described. Late 50s. Silver hair. Scar through one eyebrow. Black ring on his right hand. His long coat moved in the wind like something ceremonial. He had always enjoyed looking like authority before he exercised power. Hale, Rourke called. You look terrible. Grant stopped in the center of the runway. You look alive. Shame. Rourke smiled. Grant hated that his body still recognized the expression. Approval before punishment. Warmth before the knife. I wondered if the mountain had softened you, Rourke said. Then you left 3 of my men breathing. That is new. I'm trying hobbies. Mercy doesn't suit you. Neither did obedience. A flicker passed through Rourke's face. Good. Grant pressed 2 fingers against the transmitter, hidden under his collar. Inside the control office, Nora would see the signal. Start recording. Rourke tilted his head. Where is Miss Ash? Grant said nothing. She is alive, I assume. You always did become inconvenient around civilians. She isn't yours. No, Rourke stepped forward, unbothered by the rain soaking his coat. I found her, profiled her, moved her, predicted her. By any operational definition, she served her purpose. Grant kept his face still, while rage moved through him like black water. People aren't operations. Rourke's smile widened. That sounds like something the cabin taught you. No, the cabin didn't teach me anything. It kept me away from you long enough to remember what you were. And what am I? Grant looked past him, toward the headlights, the armed men, the old runway where once he had stood younger and proud, while Rourke pinned metal to his chest. A coward who hires soldiers to kill witnesses because he can't survive daylight. Rourke laughed softly. Then his gaze shifted. Not much, just enough. Toward the control office. Grant's stomach tightened. Rourke knew she was there. Of course he did. You brought her here, Rourke said. How disappointing. I taught you to keep leverage out of sight. Grant didn't turn. In the corner of his eye, a light changed in the control office window. Nora was in position. Still hidden, still recording. Your teaching has aged poorly, Grant said. Rourke's men spread subtly, creating a wider, firing angle. Grant tracked them without moving his head. Rourke held out his hand. Give me the drive. No. Still sentimental about dead men. Evan Mercer was sentimental too. It made him brave. Then it made him dead. Grant forced himself not to react. Nora's words held him in place. Don't disappear inside him. Rourke watched for the flinch and found less than he wanted. His expression cooled. You think Daniel Mercer's files matter? Rourke asked. They matter only if they reach people with the power to act. I own half of those people and have enough on the rest to keep them obedient. Grant's finger tapped once against his rifle stock. Inside, Nora would mark that. Good, keep talking. You own me too, Grant said. Rourke's eyes warmed in a way that made Grant's skin crawl. Yes, I did. The words were clear. Clean. Grant kept his breathing steady. Rourke stepped closer. You were magnificent when you stopped pretending conscience was anything but civilian vanity. Graveyard, my best instrument, my most reliable son. Grant's jaw flexed. Rourke saw it and smiled. There you are. Grant wanted to shoot him. Instead, he said, you falsified San Cordova. I corrected the record. You sent us into a civilian site. I sent you into a hostile site with acceptable collateral. Acceptable collateral. Grant heard Nora's breath through the comm. One small inhale before she controlled it. Rourke did not hear. Grant did. He let the old rage show just enough. Children. Future informants. Future assets. Future corpses. Spare me the moral arithmetic, Hale. You knew what we were. No, I knew what you told me. And you loved me for it. The runway seemed to tilt under Grant's feet. Rourke had always done that. Taken loyalty and renamed it devotion. taken obedience and made it intimacy. Taken wounded young men with no families left intact and made himself father, commander, God. Grant was not 26 anymore. He was not kneeling in dust, while Rourke's hand rested on his shoulder. He was not waiting for permission to be good. No, Grant said. I trusted you. That was my mistake. Rourke's face hardened. There, the first real crack. You were nothing when I found you. I was a soldier. You were a blunt instrument with rage issues and a dead mother. I gave you discipline, purpose, a name men feared. You gave me a body count. I gave you history. Grant lifted the Faraday case slightly. And Daniel gave me yours. Rourke's gaze fixed on the case. Hunger, calculation, irritation. Vent opened the real partition, Rourke said. Grant said nothing. The colonel smiled. Ah, you have. Mercer was more useful than I expected. Useful enough to scare you. Dead men don't scare me. No, evidence does. Rourke's eyes slid again toward the control office. This time, he raised his voice. Miss Ashe, I assume you're listening. You should know Sergeant Hale has a habit of letting better people die for his redemption. Grant's blood went cold. Inside the office, Shadow moved. Nora appeared in the window. Just as planned. Still, seeing her there nearly cracked his focus. She stood behind the cracked glass, pistol low, face pale and furious. The yellow office light framing her like something Rourke had no right to look at. I'm listening, she called. Grant did not turn, but every cell in his body oriented toward her. Rourke smiled. Then you know he will fail you eventually. Nora's voice carried through rain and distance with lethal clarity. Men like you always think women are waiting around to be failed by better men. One of Rourke's soldiers shifted. Grant almost smiled. Rourke did not. You were clever, Rourke said. That's why Mercer chose you. No, Daniel chose me because he loved his brother and trusted me with the truth. Daniel chose you because grief makes women obedient. Grant's rifle rose half an inch before he stopped it. Nora did not flinch. No, she said, grief makes us dangerous. The line landed. Even Rourke felt it. Grant saw the feint tightening at his mouth. Nora stepped closer to the window, still inside, still covered by the wall the way Grant had instructed, and she had chosen to accept. You had Daniel killed, she said. Rourke sighed. Daniel Mercer stole classified material and placed himself outside institutional protection. Answer clearly. The colonel's head tilted. Nora's voice sharpened. Did you order the kill team that murdered Assistant U.S. Attorney Daniel Mercer? Grant held still. The rain seemed to pause. Rourke looked at Nora, then at Grant, then at the decoy drive. His arrogance did the rest. Yes, he said. And if you had been less sentimental, Miss Ashe, his death would have remained useful instead of inconvenient. The words entered the storm and became evidence. Grant's comm clicked once. Nora had the admission. But she did not stop. Did you send men to kill me after I delivered the drive? Rourke smiled. No, I sent them to recover you. Your termination was contingent on asset transfer. Grant's hand tightened on the rifle. Second admission. Nora's face did not change, but Grant knew the sentence hit. She had just heard a man discuss her death as process, as logistics, as a checkbox. He wanted Rourke's blood on the runway. Not yet. Nora asked, did you falsify the San Cordova record? Rourke's expression cooled further. Grant's heart beat once hard. Rourke looked at him. You let her ask your questions now. Grant met his eyes. She asks better ones. The colonel's nostrils flared. You always were weak for defiance, dressed up as innocence. Grant's voice dropped, careful. Rourke smiled. There it was, the satisfaction. The hook setting in what he thought was still his soldier's flesh. Or what? Rourke asked softly. You'll kill me. You should have done that years ago. You should have done it after San Cordova, when you found the first unedited file. You should have done it when I ordered Mercer buried. But you didn't, because somewhere under all that guilt, you knew the truth. Grant stayed silent. Rourke stepped closer. You liked being mine. A shot cracked from the control office. Not at Rourke. At the floodlight mounted on the lead SUV. The light exploded. Darkness swallowed half the runway. Grant moved instantly. He fired at the ground near Rourke's left flank, forcing the colonel back as his men scattered. Nora ducked from the window. The broadcast equipment still ran behind her. Grant saw the faint blinking indicator through cracked glass. Live. They had him live. Now they needed to survive long enough for the signal to matter. Rourke shouted, "Take the office." His men surged. Grant dropped the first with a shot to the thigh, turned, and drove the second behind an SUV with controlled fire. The other two split wide, one toward the hangar, one toward the office side entrance. Nora's pistol cracked once from inside. The side runner dove for cover. Good girl. The thought came hot and fierce, then corrected itself before it could become patronizing. Good shot. Grant moved backward toward the office, firing in short bursts. Rourke vanished behind the lead vehicle, no longer smiling. The colonel had come expecting a broken asset and a frightened woman. He had found neither. The office door slammed open behind Grant. Nora, stay inside, he barked. I am inside, she shouted back, technically. She had opened the door, but remained behind the frame, using it as cover, pistol braced in both hands. Of course she had. Grant reached the doorway. Eye as a round struck the wall near his shoulder, showering them both with splinters. Nora grabbed his vest and yanked him inside with surprising force. He stumbled in, slammed the door, and shoved a filing cabinet in front of it. You shot the floodlight, he said. You said improvise if needed. That was good improvisation. I know, I'm having feelings about it later. Another round hit the door. Grant pushed her toward the back room. Broadcast status. Live, mirrored to 3 public links and Vance's channel. It says connection unstable but active. Good. Are federal agents coming? Unknown. That word is getting old. He handed her the decoy drive. If Rourke gets inside, he'll go for this. Let him see it. Drop it if needed. Nora stared. You want him to think I have the drive. I want him to take the fake one and talk more. You promised not to use me as bait. I promised not to decide for you. I'm telling you the tactic. You can refuse. She held his gaze, then took the Faraday case. Fine, she said, but if this turns into you trading yourself. It won't. Promise. The word landed harder than it should have. Grant looked at her, really looked. I promise, he said. She believed him. He saw the moment it happened, and it scared him more than Rourke. Trust was weight. Trust was aim. Trust meant he had to live. The side window shattered. A canister flew in. Grant kicked it back out before it ignited. It detonated outside in a burst of flash and smoke. He used the light to fire through the broken window at the shape approaching the wall. A man dropped with a cry. Not dead. Grant was done giving death unless forced. Rourke's voice came from outside, no longer smooth. You think this changes anything? I'll strip every mirror, every channel, every witness. I will bury her beside Mercer and make you watch the file disappear. Nora moved to the radio console, pressed the broadcast mic, and spoke before Grant could stop her. My name is Nora Ashe. I am 29 years old. I am a forensic compliance analyst and a witness to the murder of Assistant U.S. Attorney Daniel Mercer. Colonel Maddox Rourke has admitted on this live broadcast that he ordered Daniel Mercer's death, sent men to recover and terminate me, and falsified military records tied to Operation San Cordova. Grant stared at her. She stood straight despite the wound, despite the blood, despite the shaking he could see only because he knew what it looked like when courage cost something. If this stream drops, she continued, the files are already mirrored. If I die tonight, Colonel Rourke killed me. If Grant Hale dies tonight, Colonel Rourke killed him because Grant has evidence Rourke lied to his unit and murdered civilians to protect an illegal command structure known as Rook. A shot slammed into the console. Nora ducked. Sparks burst from the panel. Grant grabbed her and hauled her behind the counter. The broadcast light flickered. Stayed green. Barely. Grant looked at her. You are impossible. You're welcome. The rear wall exploded inward. Not a full blast, a breaching charge. The shockwave threw Nora into Grant. He took the impact against the counter, wrapped one arm around her shoulders, and turned them both away from the splintering wood. Boots hit the floor. Grant fired once, twice. A man went down. The second tackled him from the side. Grant hit the floor hard, rifle trapped between them. The attacker drove an elbow into his jaw. Grant tasted blood. He twisted, used the man's armor strap as leverage, and slammed him into the counter. The man's knife came out. Nora shouted his name. Grant caught the wrist, an inch from his throat. The attacker was strong, younger, fresh. Grant was bleeding, exhausted, running on anger and the taste of Nora's fear in the air. Not enough. No, enough. He drove his forehead into the man's nose, wrenched the knife arm aside, and hooked his knee behind the attacker's leg. They crashed into the broken radio console. The man reached for Grant's sidearm. A gun clicked. Nora stood behind him, pistol aimed at the attacker's head. Let him go, she said. Her voice shook. Her hands didn't. The attacker froze. Grant looked at her. She did not look away from the man. I said, let him go. The attacker released Grant. Grant stripped his weapon, knocked him unconscious with the butt of the pistol, and rose slowly. Nora lowered the gun, only when Grant nodded. Then her hand began to shake. Grant stepped toward her, stopping just short. You okay? No. The answer was immediate, honest. I'm not okay, she said, but I'm standing. He wanted to touch her. Instead, he gave her the space first. Can I? She nodded. Grant pulled her into him. Nora came hard, as if the last thread holding her upright had been waiting for permission to snap. He held her with one arm around her back, careful of her side, his other hand cradling the back of her head. I almost shot him, she whispered against his chest. I know. I would have. I know. I don't want to be someone who can do that. Grant closed his eyes. You're someone who didn't have to, he said. That matters. She shook once, then pulled back, wiping her face with the heel of her hand. No time. No time, he agreed. The broadcast light flickered again. The laptop beeped. Nora turned. What is that? Grant looked at the screen. Incoming connection. VANCE-MARISOL. Then a woman's voice crackled through the damaged speakers, broken by static, but clear enough to sound like salvation with teeth. This is former Special Agent Marisol Vance. Identify. Nora grabbed the mic. Nora Ash. Grant Hale is with me. We have an active broadcast, multiple armed attackers, Colonel Maddox Rourke on site, abandoned county airstrip east of Blackpine Ridge. Static. Then Vance. Federal response is inbound. 8 minutes. Can you hold? Grant looked through the broken window. Rourke stood in the rain beyond the headlights, one hand pressed to his ear, listening to someone who had just told him the world was changing. His face had gone calm again. Too calm. Grant's blood chilled. No, he said softly. Nora looked at him. What? Grant watched Rourke turn toward the hangar. The colonel lifted one hand. A new engine roared to life inside. Not an SUV. Larger. The hangar doors began to open. Grant saw the outline of an old fuel truck rolling forward. Its tank rusted but intact. Headlights dead, engine growling. Rourke had never planned, only one exit. He had planned an erasure. Grant snatched the mic from Nora's hand. Vance, be advised, Rourke is moving a fuel vehicle toward the control office. He's going to burn the broadcast and everyone inside it. Nora's face went pale. Vance's voice cracked through static. Evacuate now. Grant grabbed Nora's pack, shoved the reel drive into her hands, and turned toward the rear breach. Then Rourke's voice came over the SUV loudspeaker one final time. Stripped of affection, stripped of performance, nothing left but command. If I can't recover my son, he said, I'll bury him with his stray. The fuel truck accelerated across the runway toward the control office. Chapter 5, Dawn at the Airfield. The fuel truck came at them like a verdict. For one suspended second, Nora could not move. The control office shook around her, lights flickering sick yellow over broken glass, blood on the floor, smoke crawling out of the rear breach. Beyond the shattered front window, the truck's dark shape barreled across the runway. Rain slicking its rusted tank, engine roaring loud enough to drown the storm. Then Grant's hand closed around hers. Not gentle this time. Necessary. Move. Nora moved. He dragged her through the blown-out rear wall as the truck hit the front of the control office. The impact threw the world apart. Heat punched the air behind them. Glass became glittering shrapnel. Wood screamed. The radio console shrieked once in a burst of feedback, then died beneath the crush of metal and flame. Grant took Nora down hard into the mud, his body folding over hers as fire breathed through the building where they had been standing 3 seconds before. The blast came next. Not the full tank. Not yet. A smaller ignition, violent enough to slam pressure into Nora's lungs and fill the night with orange light. The office windows blew outward. Burning debris arced through the rain and hissed when it hit the runway. Grant rolled off her immediately. one hand already at her side. "Nora, talk." She coughed, "You first." His face appeared above her, streaked with rain, soot, and blood. "That's talking." "Barely." His mouth tightened, but his hand was steady as he checked her bandage. "Can you stand?" "I don't know." "Find out." She hated him for that. She loved him a little for it too, though the word had no place on a burning runway with armed men closing in, and a former commander trying to erase them from existence. Nora pushed herself up on one elbow. Pain flared white through her side. Grant saw it. Of course he saw it. His eyes sharpened, and for a second she thought he would scoop her up and carry her whether she wanted it or not. He did not. He offered his hand. Choice. Even now. Especially now. Nora took it. He pulled her upright with controlled strength, keeping his body between her and the burning office. The real drive was still in her fist. She had clutched it so hard the edges had bitten into her palm. Grant glanced at it. Good. Yes. Wound. Angry. You. She looked past him. The control office was half collapsed, flames licking along the roofline despite the rain. The fuel truck had smashed into the front corner and lodged there, its cab crumpled, its tank groaning under pressure. The old radio tower still stood behind it, a skeletal shadow against a sky beginning to pale at the edges. The broadcast equipment was gone. Their mirror feed might have survived. Vance might have heard enough. Federal agents might actually be inbound. Rourke stood near the lead SUV, untouched by the explosion, face lit orange by the fire he had ordered. He looked neither rushed nor enraged now. The mask of command had settled over him completely. Nora felt the fear try to swallow her. She swallowed it first. "I'm still standing," she said. Grant's eyes moved over her face. Something dark and fierce passed between them. "Then we finish it." A shot cracked across the runway. Grant shoved her behind the wreckage of an old baggage cart as the bullets sparked off the metal frame. He returned fire once, forcing the shooter behind the SUV. Nora crouched, breath ripping through her throat. How many left? Rourke, too mobile that I can see. Maybe one inside the hangar. And Vance. Minutes out. We've had very bad luck with minutes. Yes. The fuel tank made another strained metallic sound. Grant looked at it. Nora did too. Fire crawled beneath the truck, feeding on spilled fuel from the crushed engine. If the main tank went, the office, the tower base, half the runway, and anyone too close would disappear in a fireball. "We need distance," Grant said. "We also need the broadcast." The console is gone. Nora looked at the tower. Grant followed her gaze. At the base of the structure was a maintenance shed, smaller than the office, half buried under weeds and rusted fencing. A heavy cable ran from the shed up the tower's first support beam. "Backup equipment?" she asked. "Maybe." That means yes, but ugly. It means old emergency relay hardware, if it hasn't rotted. "Can you use it?" Grant's jaw tightened. With the laptop and field radio, maybe. That word again. "Move on my mark." Nora gripped the pistol. Her hands wanted to shake, but there was no room left in her body for anything that did not serve survival. Grant pointed. "We cross to the service ditch. Stay low. If I stop, you stop. If I drop, you run for the shed." "No." His eyes cut to hers. She held up one finger. Clarification. If you drop because you're hit but breathing, I drag your stubborn ass to cover. Nora. If you drop because you tell me to run dramatically, I ignore you. This is a poor time to renegotiate. I agree, be clearer next time. A bullet struck the baggage cart and punched a hole through the metal inches from her shoulder. Grant's expression went lethal. Now, they ran. Nora's boots slipped on wet asphalt. Grant's hand stayed at the small of her back, not pushing, guiding just enough to keep her upright. Firelight cast their shadows long and broken across the runway. Shots snapped behind them. One hit the ground near Grant's foot. He pivoted, fired twice, and a dark figure near the SUV folded behind the tire with a shout. The service ditch was shallow, full of rainwater and weeds. Nora dropped into it on her knees and bit down a cry as pain tore through her side. Grant landed beside her, scanned the runway, then pressed 2 fingers to his earpiece. Vance status. Static answered. He tried again. Vance respond. Nothing. Nora looked at him. He did not lie. Signals blocked. By Rourke. Or the blast. The fuel truck groaned again. The flames beneath it brightened. Rourke's voice cut through the rain, no longer amplified, close enough to carry. You're out of time, Hale. Grant's entire body changed at the sound. Not fear, recognition. A trained response so deep Nora felt the old hook catch in him. She touched his arm. He looked at her. Come back, she said. His eyes focused. There. He was with her again. Rourke stepped out from behind the lead SUV, one pistol in hand, the other held low at his side. No rifle, no helmet, no visible fear. He looked almost bored, a man inconvenienced by disobedience. Behind him, one remaining operative moved toward the hangar. Grant saw him. Nora saw Grant see him. You take the shed, he said. I'll draw Rourke. No, this isn't martyrdom. It sounds familiar. It's tactics. He wants me. If I stay in view, he looks at me. If he looks at me, he doesn't look at you. You get the relay live. You said you'd stop deciding for me. I am asking. The words landed. Nora's throat tightened. He was asking. In the rain, under fire, with his former commander calling him out like a dog. Grant Hale, who could give orders in his sleep and kill a man with his bare hands, was asking. Nora hated the answer, but she knew it. You don't let him take you inside his head, she said. I won't. You don't trade your life for time, unless there is no other choice. I won't. You come back to me. Grant went still. Then he leaned in, close enough that his forehead touched hers. Rain ran between them. The fire behind them painted heat across his face, but his skin felt cold. I'll try. She grabbed his vest. No, not enough. His eyes closed once. When they opened, something had changed. Something old and lonely had stepped back from the edge. I'll come back, he said. She believed him because he said it like a mission. Nora kissed him first. Fast Firk. With no room for softness, except the impossible care in the way he cupped her jaw and kept from pressing against her injured side. His mouth was cold from rain and hot with want beneath it, restrained even now, even here. The tether between them pulled tight, that strange primal lock neither of them had named properly, and both of them felt like breath under skin. When she pulled away, Grant's eyes were dark. Good, he asked. It was absurd. It was perfect. Yes, she said, go. Grant rose from the ditch and stepped into the open. Rourke turned toward him immediately. Nora crawled the other direction, every movement sending pain through her ribs. She kept low, sliding through muddy water, clutching the drive and the laptop case against her chest. Rain flattened her hair to her face. The world narrowed to the maintenance shed 30 yards away. Behind her, Grant's voice carried across the runway. Rourke. The name cracked through the storm like a shot. Nora forced herself not to look back. Rourke replied, there he is. A gunshot. Nora flinched and kept moving. Grant fired back. The remaining operative near the hangar noticed her when she was halfway to the shed. His head turned. Nora froze. For a split second, neither moved. Then he raised his weapon. Nora fired first. The shot went wide, but it made him duck. She ran the last stretch in a half-crouch, lungs burning, wound screaming, pistol gripped in one hand and laptop case dragging from the other. A bullet hit the dirt near her heel. Another slapped into the shed wall as she threw herself against the door. Locked. Of course. Nora almost laughed. Instead, she drove the heel of the pistol into the old padlock. Once, twice. Nothing. Come on, she hissed. A shot punched through the door above her head. Nora dropped, rolled to the side, and fired at the shape advancing through the rain. This time, she didn't aim for the man. She aimed for the ground near his feet, just as Grant had done before. The operative jerked back. Nora hooked both hands around the rusted lock and pulled with everything she had. The metal screamed. So did she. The lock broke. Nora fell backward into the mud, clutching the broken hardware. No time. She kicked the door open and crawled inside. The shed smelled like rust, oil, and wet rot. Spiders scattered across a shelf. A dead battery unit sat under a tarp. Above it, a compact emergency relay panel clung to the wall, its casing cracked but intact. Thick cables ran up through the ceiling toward the tower. Nora slammed the laptop onto a workbench and flipped it open. The screen flickered. Still alive. Grant, she whispered into the comm. I'm in. Static. Then his voice strained. Panel. Yes, old, ugly, judging me. Open lower casing. Look for manual line-in. She found the casing and yanked it open. Wires spilled out in faded bundles. Colors, he asked. Everything is the color of tetanus. A grunt came through the comm. Not a laugh, not pain. Maybe both. Left side, 3 ports. 1 round, 2 rectangular. Found them. Field radio cord has an adapter. Nora dug through the pack, hands clumsy. Outside, gunfire cracked again. She jerked, nearly dropping the cord. Still with me? Grant asked. Yes. Good. Plug round adapter into lower port. Laptop into radio. Radio into relay. Power switch may be under a safety guard. She connected the cord, then searched for the switch. A shadow moved past the shed window. Nora's heart stopped. The operative. She grabbed the pistol and fired through the wall before he could breach the door. He cursed and ducked away. Nora. Still here. Grant's voice hardened. Status. Busy. She found the safety guard, flipped it up, and threw the switch. Nothing happened. No power, she said. Battery unit. It looks dead. Kick the side panel. What? Kick it. Nora kicked the battery unit. Pain tore through her wound. The unit coughed. A weak green light blinked once, then died. Again, Grant said. I hate your equipment. Again. She kicked it harder. This time, the battery woke with a low hum. The relay panel flickered alive in dusty amber. Nora let out a breath that was almost a sob. Power. Run broadcast script. Same mirror routes. Nora's fingers flew over the keys. Daniel's partition opened. The Mercer key accepted. The broadcast script loaded. Outside, Rourke's voice rose, closer to Grant now. You think one woman redeems you? Grant answered no. Nora's hands paused. Grant's voice came again, clear through rain and gunfire. She reminds me redemption isn't the point. Rourke laughed. Then what is? Choice. The word moved through Nora, like a hand at her back. The relay connected. The laptop flashed. Signal available. Broadcast resume. YN. Nora hit Y. The amber relay light turned red. Then green. The stream went live. Nora grabbed the field mic. This is Nora Ashe resuming live transmission from the emergency relay at the abandoned county airfield east of Blackpine Ridge. The PR. Ire admissions by Colonel Maddox's work have been recorded and mirrored. Additional evidence is now being transmitted. She hit upload. Files began moving. Slowly. Too slowly. Outside, another shot cracked. Grant's breath punched through the comm. Nora went cold. Grant. Working. You hit. Busy. That's not an answer. It's the one available. The shed door slammed inward. Nora spun. The operative filled the doorway, soaked and bleeding from one arm, but still armed. His rifle came up. Nora fired. One shot. This time she did not miss. The bullet struck his shoulder. He dropped the rifle with a hoarse shout and staggered back into the rain. Nora rose, shaking, pistol still trained on him. Stay down, she said. Her voice did not sound like hers. The man clutched his shoulder and reached toward his sidearm. Nora aimed lower. I said stay down. Something in her face convinced him. He stayed down. Nora kicked the rifle farther from him, then slammed the shed door and shoved a metal shelf in front of it. Her entire body shook now, but she returned to the laptop. Upload 38%. Too slow. Grant, she said, voice tight. The stream is live. Upload started. 38%. No answer. Grant. Static. Then Rourke's voice, faint through the comm because Grant's channel was still open. You were always easier to move when civilians were involved. Nora's blood chilled. She moved to the shed window. Through rain and firelight, she saw them near the runway center. Grant was on one knee, rifle still in hand, one shoulder dark with blood. Rourke stood 10 feet away, pistol trained on him. Nora's heart tried to tear itself free. Grant was alive. Hit but alive. Rourke circled him slowly. You made a fine show of independence, the colonel said. But look at you. Kneeling in the same place I once decorated you, bleeding, because I permitted you to believe you had escaped. Grant lifted his head. Even from the shed, Nora could see the smile. Small, bloody, wrong for a man on his knees. You talk too much when you're losing, Grant said. Rourke struck him across the face with the pistol. Nora jerked toward the door. Stopped. The upload. Grant had asked. She had chosen. The right choice did not feel clean. It felt like ripping muscle from bone. Keep going, she whispered to herself. Upload 52%. Rourke grabbed Grant by the hair and forced his head back. You were mine before you knew what loyalty meant. Grant spat blood onto the runway. You never knew what loyalty meant. I made you. No, Grant's voice carried, rough but clear. You used me. Rourke's face twisted. There the crack. The broadcast was still live. Nora grabbed the mic and turned its external receiver toward the broken window, amplifying the runway. Rourke said, I gave you purpose. You gave me lies. I gave you command. You gave me graves. I gave you a family. Grant looked at him then, and even from a distance, Nora felt the answer land before he said it. You killed the men who could have been that. Rourke's arm jerked. For 1 second, Nora thought he would shoot him in the head. Instead, he leaned down, voice lowering into something intimate and venomous. Evan Mercer died because you hesitated. Because you listened to children crying instead of completing the mission. Because you forgot that mercy is where discipline goes to rot. The words came through the relay speaker. Clear. Recorded. Live. Nora watched the upload bar crawl. 67%. Grant said, thank you. Rourke froze. Grant's bloody smile widened a fraction. That's the clearest confession you've given. Rourke's eyes shifted toward the tower shed. Toward Nora. He understood. The calm vanished. He kicked Grant hard in the chest. Grant hit the runway on his back, rifle skidding away. Rourke raised the pistol toward the shed. Nora ducked as shots punched through the thin metal walls. Sparks burst from the relay panel. The laptop flickered. No. Upload 74%. The relay light blinked red. Nora shoved the laptop under the workbench and pressed herself flat to the floor. Another shot tore through the wall, hitting the battery unit. The hum faltered. She smelled hot plastic. Outside, Grant roared. Not in pain. In fury. Nora crawled to the window. Grant had slammed into Rourke from the side. The pistol flew from Rourke's hand, skidding across wet asphalt. The two men crashed to the ground in a brutal tangle of fists, knees, and old hatred. Rourke was older, but not weak. He fought dirty and close, driving fingers into Grant's bullet wound, hammering strikes into ribs already bruised by blast and battle. Grant took the pain and used the opening, rolling them hard into the flooded grass beyond the runway. Nora looked back at the screen. Upload 81%. The battery sparked. Come on, she whispered. Come on. The shed door shifted. The wounded operative outside was trying to push in. Nora braced her shoulder against the shelf, pain tearing through her side. Not today, she snarled. The D. Or hit again. The shelf scraped. She fired once through the lower panel. The man shouted and fell back. Her pistol clicked empty. For a moment, Nora stared at it, mind blank. Then she remembered the spare magazine. Grant's voice in the cabin. Breathe in, half out. Don't lock your joints. Her hands moved. Drop magazine, seat new one, rack. The sound steadied her like a heartbeat. Upload 89%. Outside, sirens began in the distance. At first, Nora thought she imagined them. Then they came again, thin under thunder but real, rising over the ridge. Vance. Rourke heard them too. He broke from Grant, snatched a knife from his boot, and lunged toward the shed. Toward Nora. Grant caught his ankle and dragged him down. Rourke twisted, slashing. The blade cut across Grant's forearm. Blood sprayed dark into the rain. Nora screamed his name. Grant did not let go. The fuel truck tank gave a deep, horrible groan. Flames had reached the main seam. Grant looked toward the truck. So did Rourke. For the first time, Nora saw fear on the colonel's face. Not fear of death, fear of losing control of the manner of it. He slammed the heel of his boot into Grant's face. Grant's grip loosened. Rourke scrambled toward the lead SUV, leaving his own men, the burning truck, the broken broadcast, all of it. Coward. Nora pushed the shelf aside and stumbled out of the shed. Nora, stay back, Grant shouted. She ignored him because the runway was now a collapsing map of seconds, and some choices did not have time to be tidy. The sirens grew louder. Upload 96%. The laptop remained inside, the real evidence still moving. Rourke reached the SUV. Grant forced himself to his feet and staggered after him. Nora saw what Grant didn't. Rourke had a second weapon tucked beneath the SUV's open door. He reached for it. Nora lifted her pistol. Rourke. The colonel turned. His face, when he saw her standing in the rain, was full of contempt. Not surprise, not fear. Contempt, as if she were still a line in a profile. High guilt response. Protective toward vulnerable parties. Carrier asset. Loose end. Nora's hand steadied. I'm not your asset, she said. Rourke smiled and raised his gun. Nora fired first. The bullet struck his wrist. His weapon fell. He shouted, more enraged than hurt, and dropped behind the SUV. Grant reached him a heartbeat later. They collided against the vehicle door. Grant drove Rourke back, grabbed his coat, and slammed him against the frame once, twice, hard enough that Rourke's head snapped forward. The colonel clawed at Grant's wound. Grant didn't flinch. He looked less like a weapon now than a man finishing a war inside himself. Rourke spat blood. Do it. Grant held him there. Rourke smiled through red teeth. That's what you want. That's what she wants to see, isn't it? Graveyard taking out the trash. Prove you're still mine. Nora moved closer, pistol trained but not firing. The truck tank screamed. Sirens rose over the ridge. Grant's hands tightened around Rourke's coat. Nora saw the battle in his face. Not whether Rourke deserved death. He did, not whether Grant could deliver it. He could. The question was whether Rourke got to choose who Grant became in the final seconds of his power. Grant, Nora said. His eyes flicked to her. She did not tell him what to do. She did not plead. She did not turn him into a better man with one soft word. He was already choosing. She only stood where he could see a way back. Grant looked at Rourke. No, he said. Rourke's smile faltered. Grant shoved him face first onto the hood of the SUV, wrenched his arms behind his back, and zip-tied his wrists with a strip from his own tactical belt. You don't get my soul on the way down, Grant said. Rourke bucked against the restraint. You think prison holds me? No, Grant hauled him upright and slammed him back against the SUV. Evidence does. The fuel tank ruptured. Grant grabbed Nora and threw them both behind the SUV as the truck exploded. Fire swallowed the runway. Heat rolled over them in a brutal wave. The force lifted the SUV onto two wheels, then slammed it back down. Nora hit the mud with Grant wrapped around her, one arm shielding her head, his body taking the worst of flying debris. The world became orange and black and soundless. For a moment, there was no air. Then rain returned. Sound returned. Pain returned. Nora opened her eyes. Grant was above her, face turned away, blood running from his temple. Too still. No, she whispered. She shoved at his shoulder. Grant. Nothing. Her hands flew to his face. Grant, look at me. His lashes moved. Barely. She almost broke. Instead, she grabbed the front of his vest. You promised. His eyes opened. Gray, dazed, alive. Nora. The sound of her name in his wrecked voice did what the explosion had not. It took her knees out. She bent over him, forehead pressed to his, shaking so hard she could barely breathe. You promised, she said again, furious and crying now. Do not make me enforce thaw. Tea with violence. His mouth moved. A faint, pained curve. Non-fatal. Don't test me. Sirens screamed onto the runway. Federal vehicles broke through the smoke and rain, black shapes with blue-red lights flashing over the wreckage. Doors opened. Agents spilled out with rifles raised. A woman with close-cropped gray hair and a hard, furious face moved at the front, shouting commands over the storm. Hands visible, federal agents. Get medical on the wounded. Grant tried to sit up. Nora pushed him down. Absolutely not. Rourke. She looked. Rourke lay near the SUV, zip-tied, bleeding, conscious, and staring at Grant with hatred so pure, it seemed almost clean after all his polished cruelty. Two agents swarmed him, weapons trained. One kicked his fallen gun away. Another hauled him upright and forced him to his knees. Marisol Vance stepped in front of him. Even from where Nora knelt beside Grant, she heard the agent's voice. Colonel Maddox Rourke, you are under arrest. Rourke laughed, low and ragged. You have no idea what you're touching. Vance leaned closer. I know exactly what I'm touching. The whole world does now. Nora's head snapped toward the shed. An agent emerged, carrying the laptop. He shouted, upload completed. Mirrors confirmed. Nora closed her eyes. For one breath, Daniel was there. Pale in the driver's seat, apologizing, still fighting after death with code and courage and grief. She whispered, it worked. Grant's hand found hers. His fingers were cold. She gripped them hard. Vance approached with two medics behind her. Her eyes flicked over Nora first, then Grant, then their joined hands. She registered everything and commented on none of it. Nora Ashe. Yes. Marisol Vance. Daniel Mercer sent me fragments 3 days ago. You finished what he started. Nora's throat closed. He died getting it to me. I know. Vance's face softened by a fraction. I'm sorry. Nora nodded once, because anything more would break her open in the mud. And she was not ready to fall apart until Grant stopped bleeding. Vance crouched beside him. Grant Hale. Grant looked at her with effort. Agent. Former, her mouth tightened. Though tonight might change a few administrative opinions. Rourke. In custody. His network. The live mirrors are already being archived by 6 newsrooms, 2 congressional offices, and every oversight contact Daniel embedded. He made a mess they can't quietly sweep. Grant's eyes closed. Relief moved over his face, subtle but devastating. Nora squeezed his hand. "Stay with me." "I'm here." The medics moved in. Grant's grip tightened when they tried to separate them. Nora looked at him. "I'm not going anywhere." He stared at her, as if the sentence did not translate cleanly into any language he knew. Then his fingers loosened. The medics worked quickly, cutting fabric, checking wounds, wrapping pressure bandages. Grant watched Nora the entire time. Not the agents, not Rourke, not the burning wreckage of the airfield where his past had finally cracked open under public light. Her, as if she were the point his body used to remain in the world. Nora let the medics check her side only after Grant's bleeding was controlled. She hissed when they peeled back the bandage. Grant tried to sit up again. She pointed at him, "Do not." He stopped. One medic muttered, "That worked fast." Nora glared. "He's trainable under supervision." Grant's mouth almost curved. Then pain dragged it away. Rourke was hauled past them toward an armored vehicle. His eyes found Grant, then Nora. "You think this ends," he said. Vance shoved him forward, but he kept talking. "You think one broadcast kills an empire. You have no idea how deep this goes." Nora stood despite the medic's protest. Grant's hand caught her wrist, not stopping her, asking. She looked down. He released her. "Choice." Nora walked to Rourke. Agents shifted, but Vance held up one hand. Rourke looked at Nora with that same clinical contempt, though blood ran down one side of his face, and his wrists were bound behind his back. "You're just the carrier," he said. Nora felt the insult slide toward the place where fear used to answer. It found nothing. "No," she said, "I'm the witness." His mouth twitched. She stepped closer, close enough that he had to look at her and not past her. "You studied my guilt, my grief, my loyalty. You thought those things made me easy to move." Her voice steadied. "They made me impossible to stop." For the first time, Rourke had no answer. Vance nodded to the agents. They took him away. Nora stood in the rain until the armored vehicle door shut on him. Only then did her body remember she was exhausted. Grant was there before she fell. How he had gotten up, she had no idea. He was pale, bandaged, blood-streaked, and swaying on his feet. But his arm came around her with the same impossible steadiness he had given her all night. "You are supposed to be down," she said against his chest. "So are you. You're a terrible, patient. You're a terrible fugitive." "I survived." His arm tightened carefully. "Yes." There was too much in that word. The storm began to thin. Not stop, not yet. But the rain softened. And beyond the burning wreckage, beyond the flashing lights and shouting agents, the eastern edge of the sky had begun to pale. Dawn touched the runway in slow gray. It made everything look unreal. The scorched office, the broken glass, the burned fuel truck, the black SUVs, the tower still standing. The man who had hunted them taken away in restraints. The man beside her alive by some violent grace. Nora turned into Grant's hold. "Is this okay?" he asked automatically, voice rough with pain and restraint even now. She gave a wet laugh against him. "Grant, if you ask me that while actively keeping me upright, I may cry." His hand stilled at her back. That wasn't a no. "No," she lifted her face to his. "It's okay." He held her. Only then did she let herself shake. Not collapse, not sob. Just shake while his body formed a wall around her, and the world rearranged itself from hunted to alive. Vance approached again, more quietly this time. We need both of you transported. Hospital first. Statements after treatment. Protective detail until we know who in Rourke's network moves. Grant's jaw tightened. Nora felt the resistance rise in him before he spoke. No hospital. Yes, hospital, Nora and Vance said at the same time. Grant looked betrayed. Nora lifted an eyebrow. You're outnumbered. I've had worse. You're bleeding through 2 bandages. That's not an argument. It is when made by the woman who just helped broadcast a federal conspiracy while wounded. Vance's mouth twitched. I'm inclined to accept her authority. Grant looked at Nora. The old reflex was there. Refuse care. Stay moving. Control the perimeter. Keep everyone else alive and call that enough. Nora saw him choose against it. Fine, he said. The victory nearly made her knees buckle. Vance's gaze softened again, briefly. Transport in 2 minutes. She walked away to coordinate the agents. Grant and Nora were left in the strange quiet between sirens and sunrise. He touched her chin lightly, tilting her face toward him so he could inspect the bruising near her cheek. Nora caught his wrist. I'm okay. You're not. Neither are you. No. At least we're matching. His eyes searched hers. The fire reflected in them now, but the worst of the distance was gone. He still looked haunted. Still looked like a man built around rooms he had not fully entered. But the doors were no longer sealed. Nora brushed rain from his cheek, then let her fingers rest over the cut there. Are you going to disappear after this? She asked. His body went very still. There it was. The question that mattered more than Rourke, more than the drive, more than whatever came next from the network he had helped expose. Grant looked toward the dawn. For a second, she thought he would give the answer fear had trained into him. Then he looked back. No. One word. She almost smiled. That sounded hard. It was. Do you want to disappear? Yes. He considered it with brutal honesty. Part of me. Nora nodded because she had asked for truth, not comfort. What does the other part want? His gaze dropped to her mouth. The air changed, even there, even with agents moving around them and smoke rising behind them. Want had survived the night, not untouched by fear or grief, but deeper for having moved through both. The tether inside her pulled tight again, no longer a panic bond, no longer only survival. A choice, a frightening one, a wanted one. Grant lifted his hand and stopped just short of her face. Can I? Her throat tightened. Yes. He cupped her cheek with aching care. The other part wants to see where you go when you aren't running. Nora closed her eyes. That one landed deep. When she opened them, he was still watching her, waiting, giving her every possible exit. She stepped closer instead. I don't know where that is yet. I know. I don't know what happens after hospitals and statements and protective custody. And whatever War Rourke's people start when they realize he's not protecting them anymore. I know. I don't know what this is. His thumb brushed her cheekbone. Neither do I. That should scare me. It scares me. That made her smile, small and exhausted and real. Good. Good. Yes, means you're not being stupid about it. I can be stupid later. Is that a promise? His mouth almost curved. Threat. Nora rose on her toes, then winced because her side protested. Grant steadied her instantly. Careful. I'm trying to kiss you. I noticed. Then help. He bent his head. The kiss was not like the first one in the cabin, born from grief and firelight. Not like the one in the ditch, rain-soaked and desperate. This kiss was softer because the world had not ended. Slower because they had a future long enough to stop rushing. It still carried heat, dark, and unmistakable, the memory of his hands and her choices, and the primal pull that had locked between them under siege. But it also carried something better. Permission to continue. Grant ended it with his forehead against hers, breathing shallowly because pain had teeth. Nora kept her hand on his chest, feeling the uneven beat beneath her palm. Still running? He asked. The question was quiet, almost like the ending of a nightmare. She looked past him at the runway, at the ruined tower shed, at the federal agents loading evidence, at Rourke's vehicle disappearing behind the line of emergency lights. Then she looked at Grant Hale, ex-Special Forces, broken soldier, impossible protector, dangerous man who had stopped when she said stop and stayed when she asked him to come back. Only with you, she said. His eyes closed. For a moment, his face broke completely. Not with pain, with relief. Nora pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth. But preferably after medical care, clean clothes, and somewhere with functioning doors. Doors are overrated. You would say that. Yours tried to kill me. My door did not try to kill you. It opened for the enemy. Under duress. I'm not forgiving the door. Grant huffed a laugh, and the sound was rough, almost disbelieving, as if humor had no authorized place in his body, and Nora had smuggled it in anyway. A medic called for them. Grant's hand slid down until his fingers linked with hers. He looked at the contact, as if expecting himself to pull away. He didn't. Nora squeezed once. Together, they walked toward the waiting ambulance. Behind them, the airfield burned under the first clean light of morning. In front of them waited questions, consequences, testimony, nightmares, federal protection, and the long, ugly work of taking down whatever pieces of Rourke still lived in the dark. None of it was safe. None of it was simple. But when Grant climbed into the ambulance after her and sat close enough that their knees touched, when his hand found hers again beneath the emergency blanket, Nora felt the truth settle into her bones. She had run into the storm alone. She was leaving it with him. And for now, that was enough.